Okay, let's fucking get into it. Let's get into it. Doo doo doo. I need to make this YouTube chat window bigger. Ugh. You're getting cut off, Ben. Jump scared. Get got. Get got. Let me know if audio's fucked up or something. Let me know. Open these. Cool. Glad to hear it. What do we got in here? We got Second City. Land Town. Tap, add one colorless. Tap to add one mana of any color. Spend this mana only to cast your second spell on a turn. When the mana is spent, create a deep dish pizza token. It's a food artifact with 3 tap, sacrifice this token. You gain 3 life and draw a card. Second City, Chicago, because this is for the Chicago event. We got some pre-curled foils. We got Ponder. We got the first sliver. And we got Sarah the Benevolent. Which is an etched foil, I guess. Kind of? I don't know. Yeah. Dude, the humidity here is just too fucking much for Magic cards. I cannot take it. We got the secret lair. I don't even remember what's in this secret lair. No, it's just it's only the border is foiled though. The like text and the picture aren't. The art isn't foiled. I don't know. I don't know the term for that. Oh, a good place to put my garbage. I've acquired a garbage can. We got So this is the Jack Teagle secret lair. We got Mole Drifter. These are not curled. We got All Will Be One. Benevolent Hydra. Hell yeah. Forgotten Agent. You make the card, number 1. And we got an Animar. Big sloth boy in this art. And bonus card is this Relentless Dead. Now we have box. Sorry, it's back, Ben. Somehow hearing it while all tabbed is worse. That's fucking hilarious. We got a stack of booster packs. Let's get into it. Angelic Protector? Deterizzi. 4 mana for a 2/2 summon Angel. Flying, if Angelic Protector is the target of a spell or ability, it gets +3 defense until end of turn. My family sheltered in her light. The dark was content to wait. Krovax. Love to start out with Tempest. We got On Sarah's Wings from Dominaria. 4 mana legendary enchantment aura. Enchanted creature is legendary, gets +1/+1, has flying, light, vigilance, and lifelink. The spirit of Sarah raised Brindy high and commanded her to keep the balance. Cerulean Wisps from... Oh. Is that Shadowmoor? That's that symbol? It's one of the Lorwyn blocks. Target creature becomes blue until end of turn. Untap that creature, draw a card. Oh, baby. We got a Portal Second Age. Undo. Return any 2 creatures from play to their owner's hands. You can't play Undo unless you can choose 2 creatures to return. A Henry Vanderline art. We've got an uncard, black border. We've got Attempted Murder. Choose target creature. Or X and 2 black. Choose target creature. Roll X 6-sided die. For each even result, put 2 -1/-1 counters on that creature. For each odd result, create a 1/2 bird creature token with flying named Stormcrow. Okay. We got Marchesa's Decree from Conspiracy. 4 mana enchantment that when it enters, you become the Monarch. And then whenever a creature attacks you or a planeswalker you control, that creature's controller loses 1 life. Those who seize power must have the means to hold it. Queen Marchesa. Thunder Wave. 4 mana for a sorcery from Baldur's Gate. 1 to 9, it deals 3 damage to each creature. 10 to 19, you may choose a creature. Thunderwave deals 3 damage to each creature not chosen this way. And then if you roll a 20, it deals 6 damage to each creature your opponent control. Arms Dealer. Mercadian Mask Uncommon 3 mana 1/1 goblin that you can tap to sacrifice a goblin, and Arms Dealer will deal 4 damage to target creature. He has the weapons, he has the connections, and he knows the Hanger's dark secret. We've got a Quirion Dryad from M21. Whenever you cast a spell that's white, blue, black, or red, put a +1/+1 counter on Quirion Dryad. Never underestimate the ability of natural forces to adapt to unnatural influences. Molimo, Marrow Sorcerer. Molimo. He's not Multani. We got a Jorga Tree Speaker. 1 mana for a 1/1 elf druid with level up. When it comes, you can pay 2 to level it up. When it's levels 1 to 4, it adds 2 green to your mana pool. When it becomes level 5+, elves you control have tap, add green to your mana pool. That was a Todd Lockwood, and this is another. This is Cyril Vandenhagen. We had. No, I'm just an idiot. It's the second Vander in the pack, but unrelated names otherwise. But they both have Vander in the middle of their names. We got a Mayhem Devil, classic from War of the Spark. 3 mana, black one generic black and a red for a 3/3 devil. Whenever a player sacrifices a permanent, Mayhem Devil deals 1 damage to any target. Despite their stake in the city's survival, Rakdos cultists are loath to pass up any opportunity to sow chaos. Classic. We got Aronis, God of Victory. 4 mana, legendary enchantment creature, God. He's a 7/4. He's indestructible. And as long as your devotion to red and white is less than 7, so you need 5 other red and white pips in your stuff's cost, he isn't a creature. But creatures you control have menace, and you prevent all damage that would be dealt to attacking creatures you control. We got our white border card next. It's Goblin Guide. 1 mana, 2/2 haste. When a Goblin Guide attacks, defending player reveals the top card of their library. If it's a land card, that player puts it into their hand. I've been all over this world. I even remember some of those places. That's how the song goes, right? I've been everywhere, man. We've got our Future Sight card. And it's so in the future that it's banned in Commander. It's Hull Breacher. 3 mana, 3/2, Merfolk Pirate. Flash. If an opponent would draw a card, except the first one they draw in each of their draw steps, instead, you create a treasure token. I don't need a map to find riches. I've seen this being played in Vintage recently as a way to deal with, specifically the One Ring. And we've got our playtest card. It's Mother's Yamazaki instead of the Brothers Yamazaki. It's a Boros 2 red and a white for a 2/2 legendary creature, human samurai, bacon a pie. It partners with itself. When this enters, target player may put Mother's Yamazaki into hand from their library, then shuffle. A commander deck can include 2 of this card, and they can be your commanders. As long as you control exactly 2 permanents named Others Yamazaki, the legend rule doesn't apply to them, and samurai you control get +2/+2 and have vigilance and haste. Adorable. This pack's opening very easily. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? We've got an Ikoria card. It's Imposing Vantasaur. A 6 mana for a 3/6 dinosaur with vigilance and cycling 1. Rogren's coastline can be quite beautiful as long as you avoid the volcanic dinosaurs, the sea dinosaurs, and the roaming beach dinosaurs. We've got a Saviors of Kamigawa card. It's Nico Onna. A 3 mana 2/2 spirit. When Nico Onna comes into play, destroy target enchantment. Whenever you play a spirit or arcane spell, you may return Nico Onna to its owner's hand. And the art's by Shishizaru. We've got a Strixhaven card. It's Frost Trickster, a 3 mana bird wizard. Flying. When Frost Trickster enters the battlefield, tap target creature an opponent controls. That creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. The most important skill in a mage tower match is keeping one's cool. Wait, mage tower? That's a format of Magic. You can't. They play Magic and Magic? Vidalcan Dismisser. 6 mana for a Vidalcan wizard from original Ravnica. I believe that's that symbol is. When Vidalcan Dismisser comes into play, put target creature on top of its owner's library. I crept up on him, quiet as a gutter mouse, and then suddenly I found myself face down in a latrine pit behind Tin Street Market. Surislav Demir Spy. We got an old border. It's a Mercadian Mask card. It's Cackling Witch. 2 mana for a 1/1 Spell Shaper. X and a black tap. Discard a card from your hand. Target creature gets +X/+0 until end of turn. The touch of his madness can drive anyone into a killing frenzy. And art by Brian Despain. He's got a little eyeball on his ring. Or she's got an eyeball on her ring. I think I'm just thrown off because of the baldness. I don't know. Carrier Thrall. 2 mana for a 2/1 vampire. When it dies, create a 1/1 colorless Eldrazi Scion creature token. It has sacrifice this creature, add 1 colorless. Later we will mourn those we have lost. First we must end their suffering. Drana Kalistrata Blood Chief. Louis Lachado art. We've got a M21, 5 mana for Havoc Jester, a 5/5 devil, and whenever you sacrifice a permanent, it deals 1 damage to any target. To the Rakdos, Screams of Delight and Screams of Terror are one and the same. So it's one-sided worse Mayhem Devil for 5 mana. But it's a 5/5. We got an Urza's Destiny Classic. One of my favorite sets. Really the set that I started buying booster packs in. Reckless Abandon. A 1 mana sorcery has additional cost to play Reckless Abandon. Sacrifice a creature. Reckless Abandon deals 4 damage to target creature or player. The climax of Warlord's career is always death. With this classic Ron Spears art. With this ridiculous orc. Goddamn. A more versatile card than Goblin Grenade, but it does deal less damage. We've got Shifting Word. 2 mana instant. Target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. You gain life equal to that creature's toughness. one of the Avacyn sets, because I think that's Avacyn's sigil, the symbol of her church or whatever. I think is that symbol. Skull Muncher, 5 mana, 3/3 elemental. Devour 1. As this enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice any number of creatures. This creature enters the battlefield with that many +1/+1 counters on it. When Skull Muncher enters the battlefield, draw a card for each creature devoured. Ooh. Drawing cards. Oh, baby. We got some bangers coming up. Nomad Outpost. Old 3 mana tap land from Tarkir, I think. Only the weak imprison themselves behind walls. We live free under the wind, and our freedom makes us strong. Zurgo, Khan of the Mardu. We've got a banger. It's Balance. 2 mana sorcery. Each player chooses a number of lands he or she controls equal to the number of lands controlled by the player who controls the fewest, then sacrifices the rest. Players discard cards and sacrifice creatures the same way. Classic card. So I think that's over here. I don't think I moved that. Doing a little... Yeah, here we go. We've got my old school Balance. The Mark Poole art. From my... Hilarion Academy Yawgmoth's Bargain deck. That's mostly been stripped for parts. But cards that aren't legal in Commander... still in here. Haven't done anything with them. So now we got our white border card. It's Flickering Ward. 1 mana for an enchantment or enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, choose a color. Enchanted creature has protection from the chosen color. The effect doesn't remove Flickering Ward, and you can tap 1 and return Flickering Ward to its owner's hand. Fun card. Ben, you'll like this next one. A Future Sight card. It's Norwood Priestess with Melissa A. Benson art. It's an elf druid. Tap, you may put a green creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Activate only during your turn before attackers are declared. And then our playtest card is Bolt Fire. 1 mana sorcery, deals 2 damage to any target, and it has Flash Forward. You may cast this card from exile for its Flash Forward cost, then put it on the bottom of your library. That's funny. The pop-off. Yeah, a lot of the Future Sight ones are inflated over their base card costs. Angelic Favor, 4 mana for an instant. If you control planes, you may tap an untapped creature you control instead of paying Angelic Favor's mana cost. Play Angelic Favor only during combat. Put a 4/4 white angel creature token with flying into play. Remove it from the game at end of turn. Paulo Parenti art. Oh, the original card is like... Well, that makes sense. It's very strong, and it's not reprinted a lot. Rumor Gatherer. 3 mana for a 2/1 elf wizard with Alliance. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, scry 1. If this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, draw a card instead. Look at that bear in the background. Although, are these just tiny animals? It's delightful the things their owners reveal when they think no one is looking. I think these are tiny animals. It's not a perspective thing. Because that elephant is like holding a little newspaper or whatever. A little note. Oh, we got a portal card. We got a Filfoglio. Command of Unsummoning. 3 mana sorcery. Play Command of Unsummoning only after you're attacked before you declare interceptors. Return any 1 or 2 attacking creatures to their owner's hand. Incredible. That's a Foglio banger. We've got a Specimen Collector from Modern Horizons 1. It's a 5 mana 2/1 Vidalcan Wizard. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 green squirrel creature token and a 0/3 blue crab creature token. That's 3 creatures. When it dies, you create a token that's a copy of target token you control. It's so much value, except it's 5 mana. Buried Alive. 3 mana. Sorcery. Search your library for up to 3 creature cards and put them into your graveyard. Shuffle your library afterwards. Is it worse to walk while dead or to be buried alive? I've witnessed both. Brian Horton, the original art, which they don't really use. They use the Odyssey art, I feel like, much more often. This art's too good. Buried Alive, one of my all-time favorite cards. That's up there. My original Reanimator deck. I loved to bury alive into Rhea Dawnbringer. And then just have so many things. All the things. I wanted it all. The full greed. We've got a Brood of Cockroaches from Visions. Is a 2 mana for a 1/1 insect. But when it is put into your graveyard from play, you can pay 1 life and return it to your hand at the end of turn. It's like waking on a bed of 1,000 olives during an earthquake of subtle force. Afari Tales. G. Darrow and I. Ravarot art. We've got Torrent of Fire from Scourge. 5 mana sorcery. Torrent of Fire deals damage equal to the highest converted mana cost among permanents you control to target creature or player. Dragonfire melts any instrument designed to measure it. Frenzied Saddlebrute, 5 mana for a 5/4 Orc Warrior from some commander product. Haste. All creatures can attack your opponents and I think that's Commander Masters. Your opponents and planeswalkers your opponents control as though those creatures has haste. Oh, that's hilarious. Hey, you want to attack somebody else? Fucking have haste. It's free. Free haste. That's the kind of commander design I really like. What the stuff that just encourages your opponents to attack each other. I'm all for. Argothian Elder, an Urza Saga classic, 4 mana for a 2/2 that can tap to untap 2 target lands. Sharpen Your Ears. Elvish expression, meaning grow wiser. Yeah, printed in the same set as Guy's Cradle and Tolarian Academy and Sarah's Sanctum. I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Actually, not a problem. Too many other broken things. Armorcraft Judge. Yeah, Dieterizzi. Armorcraft Judge, 4 mana for a 3/3 Elf Archer. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card for each creature you control with a 1/1 counter on it. Or is she not a judge? She'd win the division herself. This is from Kaladesh. What's that? We got a. So I don't recognize the set symbol. That's like a. That's some weird product that I don't. I'm not sure. It looks like it's D&D. It has the dragon, but they pulled a weirdo printing from some probably pre-con product for beginners or something. Viridian Longbow, 1 mana for an artifact equipment. You can equip it for 3, and then equipped creature has tap. This creature deals 1 damage to any target. It was like, for a while, this was in Pauper sideboards, I think. Oh, this is a. Is this an uncommon? I think that's. Like, I think this card's a common, but I can't tell. There's a little silver in that set symbol. I can't tell. Might be an uncommon in that thing. D&D EDH? Regular D&D EDH, maybe? Not Baldur's Gate. We've got Archivist of Ogma. 2 mana for a 2/2 Halfling Cleric with Flash. Whenever an opponent searches their library, you gain 1 life and draw a card. Knowledge is the greatest tool of the mortal mind, outweighing anything made by mortal hands. Before anything else can exist, the idea must exist. We've got our white border card. It's Arcane Lighthouse, which is a land that you can tap for a colorless mana, or you can tap one and tap it, and until end of turn, creatures your opponents control lose Hexproof and Shroud, and can't have Hexproof or Shroud. And it's an Eiger Kyriok art. We've got our Future Sight card. Another. I think it's restricted. Or played in Vintage, because Merchant Scroll is very good when you can get Ancestral Recall. So it's played in Highlander decks and Vintage, but not a lot elsewhere. It's a 2 mana sorcery. Search your library for a blue instant card. Reveal that card. Put your into your hand. Then shuffle. Latnam Wizards trade knowledge on scrolls made of magic so they can guard against thieves and spies. David Martin art. Oh man, we got value. It's Value Town Adventurer in parentheses. We've got a land town. Value Town enters the battlefield tapped. It taps to add red or blue or red. That's the way it says it on the card. And then it has an adventure. It has Take a Trip to for 6 mana for blue and a red, which is a sorcery adventure. Draw 2 cards. This spell deals 2 damage to each opponent. Value Town. All the value. It's on the land. The upside. I would play that, probably. Maybe? It is a tap land. Six mana draw 2 doesn't feel great. But Lorien Revealed feels good. But that's 3 cards and only 5 mana. I don't think the damage really matters. Okay, we've got Slaughter the Strong, a commander card. 3 mana. Sorcery. Or, I don't know, it's not like you'd play this in Commander. I just think it's from a commander set. Each player chooses any number of creatures they control with total power 4 or less, then sacrifices all of their creatures they control. Cut the beasts out from under them, and then their strength is nothing. I guess this would be pretty good. Actually, not the. It's an interesting board wipe, but like this is a fucking limited commander card for playing commander, but you're playing limited also. Archon of Absolution. 4 mana for a 3/2 Archon with flying. It has protection from white. And creatures can't attack you or planeswalker you control unless their controller pays 1 for each of those creatures. From Throne of Eldraine. Like I thinking about it, I kind of like it in the sense that like you're wiping the board, but you're not taking away everything from people. You're not like, but also you're not taking everything away from people, and that maybe your board wipe is fucking useless. Wicked Slumber, 4 mana instant with Convoke. You can tap up to 2 target creatures and put a stun counter on either of them. Then put a stun counter on either of them. Because maybe you want to put 2 stun counters on one of them instead of 1 stun counter on each of them. Code of Constraint. Target creature gets -4, -0 until end of turn, and then you draw a card. But it has addendum. If you catch it during your main phase, tap that creature, and it doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Yeah, I'm a friend. No one can get mad at me for doing this card. Sever Soul. Jeff Easley from Arcanian Masks. 5 mana sorcery. Destroy target non-black creature. It can't be regenerated. You gain life equal to its toughness. With the proper tools, even the Great River can be damned. Talisman. Cho Arim Executioner. Amonkhet, Stir the Sands. I know you love blood on Magic cards, Ben. 6 mana sorcery. Create 3/2/2 black zombie creature tokens. Cycling 3 and a black. When you cycle Stir the Sands, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token. 4 mana. Discard trigger and make a 2/2. Well, not the worst. It's unplayable, but not the worst. Furious Rise, 3 mana enchantment from Theros Beyond Death. At the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, exile good and limited. I would like that card in limited. Exile the top card of your library. You may play that card until you exile another card with Furious Rise. I mean, I guess I would like that card. Depends what the rest of your deck is doing, I guess. Like 4 mana 2/2 draw card is actually just bad if you're fucking dying and I'm on Ket block. Probably. By force, X and a red destroy X target artifacts. Descent, your gods can't even begin to get comprehend the descent that's about to happen here. Chandra Nalar. We've got a 9th edition Overgrowth by with Christopher Rush art. I don't think I don't know if I've seen this Overgrowth art. I've seen Overgrowth plenty of times, but this particular one does not come to mind. It's a 3 mana enchant land that when enchanted land is tapped for mana, control adds 2 to his or her mana pool. Which is better than a lot of these 3 mana enchantments, because a lot of them like just change what the land taps for to be like add 2 of any color or whatever. But this is 2 on top of whatever the land is getting you. So it doesn't fix you, but it does mean your land is giving you 3 mana. Which if you're like untapping your land or whatever, doing shenanigans is pretty good. Or it used to be good. Wrap in Vigor. 2 mana. Regenerate each creature you control. Some nature mages unknowingly took advantage of the temporal energies still swirling on Dominaria. What they mistook for healing magic was in fact the manipulation of time. It's like a pauper sideboard card. We've got a Signal Pest. A 1 mana for a 0/1 artifact pest with Battle Cry, and it can't be blocked except by creatures with flying or reach. It leaps from tree to tree, revealing the enemy positions. I'm pretty sure I played that in Ninja Finatog. We've got a classic Dungeons and Dragons spell. It's Tasha's hideous laughter. In Magic the Gathering, it is 1 and 2 blue mana for a sorcery that makes each opponent exiles the top cards from the top of the library until that player has exiled cards with total mana value 20 or more. So if they're playing beefy, if they're playing Domain, does not mill any cards. But if they're playing Lurrus, maybe you got them. Although they're playing Lurrus, they probably Force of Will, which also would not would eat up a lot of that cost. So we've got our white bordered Planeswalker. It's Dak Faden. 1 blue and a red for a 3/3 or 3 loyalty legendary Planeswalker. Dak, who is dead. Greatest thief in the multiverse, indeed. You can +1 him. Target player draws 2 cards, then discards 2 cards. You can -2 to gain control of target artifact, which is why this was played Vintage. And -6, you can emblem with whenever you cast a spell, targets 1 or more permanents, gain control of those permanents. I haven't seen Dak around in a while. I think the just other stuff got too good. Our future, the future is Meek. Pathetic. It's Meek Stone. 1 mana for a artifact. Creatures with power 3 or greater don't untap during their controller's untap step, and the Meek shall inherit the earth. Kind of thing, I think. I think the problem with Dak in the One Ring deck against the One Ring decks is they have too many attackers. Like, Dak Faden was really good in the era where cards just didn't have creatures. But yeah, I don't know. It's not Hull Breacher. You can just Hull Breacher their One Ring, and then they're losing the life. It's their problem. Gobland. A land creature mountain goblin. Gobland isn't a spell. It's affected by summoning sickness, and it has tap, add a red. It can't block, but it is a 2/1. I love this card. Oh my god, look at him. Look at him. I love Gobland. Holy shit. What a good land. What a good land. We've got Recumbent Bliss. 3 mana, enchantment aura. Enchants a creature. Enchanted creature can't attack or block, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you may gain 1 life. Kithkin Sonomancers enjoyed the peaceful dreams wafting from their victims. Todd Lockwood art. I guess this is like a giant with those birds on the fingernails. Which makes sense. Kithkin and giants. That's the thing. Here's a giant. Maybe it's this guy. Oathsworn Giant. Probably not, because he's from Ravnica. It's a 6 mana for a 3/4 giant soldier with vigilance, and other creatures you control get +0/+2 and have vigilance. The town stands on his ancestors' former burial grounds. Even with the graves long gone, he continues his determined vigil. Watcher for Tomorrow from Modern Horizons 1. That's 1. I think I said one that was from 2 was 1 earlier, but I think this is the set symbol for 1. I'm now remembering. Hideaway. This creature enters the battlefield tapped. When it does, look at the top 4 cards of your library, exile 1 face down, then put the rest in the bottom of your library. When the Watcher for Tomorrow leaves the battlefield, put the exile card into its owner's hand. Human Wizard. We've got a 1 mana, the 8th edition printing for Curiosity. Enchant creature. When a candy creature deals damage to an opponent, you may draw a card. You know that secret? The one that wakes you up at night in a cold sweat? The one you think no one else in the world knows? Well, guess what? This is Jim Nelson art. Problem is, there's older Curiosities that I just like more. The one with Miri on it. Death Pulse, 4 mana, Onslaught card. For an instant, target creature gets -4/-4 until end of turn, and it has cycling for 1 and 2 black. And when you cycle it, you may have target creature get -1/-1 until end of turn. Which is pretty weak for 3 mana. But you're drawing a card. So, you know. Drawing a card. We got Grim Dancer, a 3/3 for 3 nightmare that when it enters, with it from Ikoria, but enters with your choice of 2 different counters on it from among Menace, Death Touch, and Lifelink. Most monsters are more frightening when they skitter unseen in the dark. Most. We got Pyrohemia, which is Red Pestilence, 4 mana, 2 and a red for an enchantment. That at the end of your turn, if no creatures are in play, you sacrifice Pyrohemia, and you can tap 1 red, and Pyrohemia deals 1 damage to each creature and each player. I love Pestilences. Humble Defector, 2 mana for a 2/1 human rogue that you can tap to draw 2 cards, but then target opponent gains control of Humble Defector. Activate this ability only during your turn. I think this is more fun in Commander. Or I would never play this in 1-on-1, but in Commander, maybe. You were once Mardu, so your body and will are strong. Now you must train your mind. Wow. What a fucking burn. Dumbass Mardu. Fortifying Drought from Strixhaven. 1 green mana for an instant. You gain 2 life, and target creature is +X/+X until the turn, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. If a seedling can push through solid stone, there's no limit to what I can do. We've got MH2 Scurry Oak. 3 mana for a 1/2 Tree Folk with Evolve. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under control, if that creature has greater power toughness than this creature, you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. And whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on Scurrying Oak, you may create a 1/1 green squirrel creature token. So you set up a thing of have a Soul Warden, so whenever a creature enters, you gain life, and then you set up whenever you gain life, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature or whatever. And you got Infinite. Scuttlemutt, 3 mana 2/2 Scarecrow that can add 1 mana of any color and can tap to make target creature become the colors of your choice until end of turn. Built to shuttle goods from the river, it took off one day carrying a cauldron of dice. Okay. Jeremy Jarvish. We've got a banger of a Magic card that I've played a shit ton of. It's Bone Crusher Giant. 3 mana 4/3 giant with an adventure that is Stomp. Oh, it's so the flavor is so fucking good. It's 2 mana. Damage can't be prevented this turn. And Stomp deals 2 damage to any target. So this is my favorite counter to the One Ring. So you stomp them and then you attack. Or you stomp something and then you attack. You can't stomp them. They can't be targeted. You have to have another target for your stomp. Whenever Bone Crusher becomes the target of a spell, Bone Crusher Giant deals 2 damage to that spell's controller. Not every tale ends in glory. We've got White Border Lavinia, Azorius Renegade, another card that saw a lot of play in Vintage when it came out and kind of doesn't see play anymore. That much. As much, at least. No, but with like Vexing Bauble is kind of taking the spot. Each opponent can't cast non-creature spells. That's the card got restricted. With mana value greater than the number of lands that player controls, so it turns off Force of Will. And whenever an opponent casts a spell, if no mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell. It turns off Moxen. And Black Lotus. I told Jace that Ravnica would fall apart if he didn't take his responsibility seriously. I didn't want to be right. On a whiteboard or white cards. Got the future. The future's reset. Try again. Cast the spell only during an opponent's turn after their upkeep. Untap all lands you control for 2 blue. And we got, that's not good. That's not a good card. But if you're doing shenanigans and you have lots of cards, it might be something, I don't know. Reset into Born Upon a Wind into I Win. I did it. I solved magic. We've got Dwarven Confluencer, a 3-mana 1/1 dwarf that can tap to destroy target destroy target non-token land. Its controller creates a mana confluence token. It's a land with tap, pay 1, add 1 mana of any color. Okay. Turns all your lands into mana confluences. Have fucking fun. Go at it. Have a blast. Sorry, I'm spoiling myself. Bond of Discipline. 5 mana. War of the Spark sorcery. Tap all creatures your opponents control. Creatures you control gain lifelink until end of turn. You agree that order benefits everyone, but not until you enforce it. We've got a Tempest Classic. It's Kev Walker art on Soltari Trooper. 2 mana 1/1 Shadow. If it attacks, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Dothy Blood is Soltari Wine. This is effectively a 2/2. 2 mana 2/2. You're not blocking with Shadow. Shadow's not here to block. Shadow is definitely extremely not here to block. We are here to attack. We're going out. We got a wizard. I assume this is a merfolk now, not a fairy. Voldalian Hypnotist. 2 mana for a 1/1 creature wizard. 2 and a black. Tap it. Target player discards a card from his or her hand. Play this ability only anytime you can play a sorcery. Deceit is the Heart of War, and it's Rebecca Gay art. Very pretty. She's the best. Oh, we have a classic. We have a classic Magic card from Portal. The Portal printing of Man-O-War. 3 mana. Man-O-War. Summon creature. When Man-O-War comes into play from your hand, return any 1 creature to its owner's hand. With the Una Fricker art. It's a banger. In high school, me and my friends became obsessed with cards that wrote, instead of they wrote O. Man-O-War. And we just, anything that said of in the thing, which is, oh. Man-O-War. Will-O-Wisps. Also, this card is just good. It's like extremely good and limited. Just like what you want to be doing. In many forms of Magic. Corpse Harvester. 5 mana for a zombie wizard. Your Black Wizard deck, Ace. 3 mana. The that has 1 and a black tap. Sacrifice a creature. You search your library for a zombie card and a swamp. You reveal them. You put them into your hand, then shuffle your library with the marked Dean art. Just in time to get your sixth land drop or seventh land drop, I guess. Pull that swamp value. Free swamp with this order of any zombie. Paragon of the Open Graves. 4 mana for a 2/2 Skeleton Warrior from M15. Other black creatures you control get +1/+1. Black creatures. Another target black creature you control gains Death Touch until end of turn. So it's like Skeleton Lord, but it's just for all black creatures because they didn't believe in skeletons enough. They didn't believe being a Skeleton Lord was good enough. Scourge Devil, 5 mana devil for 3/3. When it enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +1/+0 until end of turn. That is a okay. I couldn't tell if he was like jumping out of the back one of this. You know, he's just running alongside these weird dogs. And he's got an unearth. You know, sometimes you want a thing in your graveyard, you want to unearth it. It's like a trumpet effect that you want to cast out of your graveyard. We've got Glare Wielder, 5 mana, 3/1 haste. When it comes into play, up to 2 target creatures can't block until this turn, but it has Evoke for 2. So you're probably generally, if you were playing this, you would pay it for 2 mana, and it's a 3/1 lightning bolt that lets your other attackers get through, or lightning strike, I guess. I don't know. It's not, you're not killing a creature. You're just going face. We got a John Avon art. It's Tangle. It's a Fog. It's 2 mana from Invasion. Instant. Prevent all combat damage to be dealt this turn, and attacking creatures don't untap during their controller's next untap steps. Gaia battles rampant death with abundant life. Got another green card. It's Vines of Vastwood. A 1 mana instant with Kicker for 1 green, and target creature can't be the target spells or abilities your opponent control, and if it's kicked, it gets +4/+4 until its turn. Very fun in Infect decks. Got Urborg Volcano, classic invasion tap lands. They're bad. Deep in the heart of Urborg lie massive volcanoes whose thick black smoke covers the land with perpetual darkness. The Tony Scudulo art. Scudulo? Wow, those are some consonants in a row. SZCZ. It's neat. It's a neat looking name, and neat looking art too. I like the art on that more than I like the effect of playing that magic card. Dragon Lair Spider. It's a 6 mana, 2 red and 2 green spider with reach, and whenever our opponent casts a spell, you make a 1/1 insect. Swarms thrive in its nest, feeding a leathery bits of discarded wing. White border. It's a Noxious white border card. It's Noxious Revival. 1 Phyrexian green mana for an instant where you can put target card from a graveyard on top of its owner's library. Still gets played in Dredge. Vintage. Put Dead or Alive. My creatures are stronger than Jin-Jitaxi's septic minions. Vorinclex, Voice of Hunger. And we got our Future Sight card. The future is foiled. It's too bad. We're gonna need a lot of these to make our foil Dragons Approach deck. because it's 3 mana for a sorcery that deals 3 damage to each opponent. But then you may exile Dragon's Approach and 4 other cards named Dragon's Approach from your graveyard. And if you do, search your library for a dragon creature card, put it onto the battlefield, and then shuffle. And a deck can have any number of cards named Dragon's Approach. I have played against a Dragon's Approach. I've gotten crushed by a Dragon's Approach deck in Gladiator. So that's fun. It is possible. You're susceptible to graveyard hate, but, you know, sometimes they don't have it. Just aggressively milling yourself. And now we got 2 mana for Penumbra Umbra. A 2 mana enchantment aura. Enchanted creature you control when Penumbra Umbra is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you create a token that's a copy of enchanted creature except the token is black, which was the Penumbra effect that all the Penumbra creatures had. And it has Umbra armor. If enchanted creature would be destroyed, instead remove all damage from it and destroy this aura. That's pretty good. They destroy your creature, you now have 2 of them. I'll be right back. I need a drink. My throat is getting hoarse. And I'm only 6 packs in. I don't know how much this we're getting through. I don't have anywhere I'm comfortable putting this drink down. I'm putting it down low. Got an angel. 6 mana angel. 4/4. 4 colorless, 2 white. Creature angel flying. When Wispweaver Angel enters the battlefield, you may exile another target creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. We've got Resto Angel at home. Does it have flash? No. Is it more mana? Yes. Is it printed in the same set as Felidar Guardian, which had to get banned? Yes. Hive Strings. 3 mana for a sorcery. Put 2 1/1 colorless Sliver creature tokens onto the battlefield. Sliver Young are sorted into clutches according to their potential and their future role. Human scholars can only guess how those are determined. I can't tell what that art is supposed to be. You get excited about hive stirrings. I, the mature gamer, the old man, get excited about Cloud Spirit from Stronghold. 3 mana for a 3/1 with flying that can block only creatures with flying, but that doesn't matter. You're not blocking with this. Look at this Cthulhu-ass motherfucker. Clouds are the soil. Dreams are the crop. Core thing. The Randy Galagos art. That's incredible. Move this. There's less glare on those cards. Uh, Ixalan, Pirate's Prize, 4 mana for sorcery. You draw 2 cards, create a treasure token, and that's it. 4 mana, draw 2 cards, create a treasure token. Nothing warms the heart like plunder. Nirkana Cutthroat. 3 mana for a vampire warrior. Erica Yang art. It's pretty sick. What if we had the coolest thing, but also it had tits? 3/2 with level up for 3. If you level it to level 1, it becomes a 4/3 with Death Touch, and if you get it to level 3, it becomes a 5/4 with First Strike and Death Touch, which is a potent combination of abilities. Markov Baron, another vampire. 3 mana for a 2/2 vampire novel with Convoke and Lifelink, and other vampires you control get +1/+1 and Madness. This is a modern Magic card. What if we just put all the words on the thing? Hellspark Elemental with some fucking battle box ass set symbol. 2 mana for a 3/1 creature elemental. Trample haste at the beginning of your end step. Sacrifice Hellspark Elemental, and it has Unearth. I like Hellspark Elemental. That's fun. That's a fun mini ball lightning card. I've played it in like some standard or something, probably, I think. Reckless Rage. 1 mana instant, deals 4 damage to target creature you don't control and 2 damage to target creature you do control. Hard Starboard, Stark, Abandoned Ship, Abandoned Ship. Why do I not remember the name of the Boros bird legend that you play this in? That just, when you cast spells that target him, you put them back in your hand. That this becomes like an incredible removal spell in that deck. Summit Apes, 4 mana, 5/2 ape. As long as you control a mountain, summon apes can't be blocked except by 2 or more creatures. If you climb Skyfang Peak, avoid the pass. Generations of apes made that trail, and they don't tolerate trespassers. Feather. 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 Winding Way? Mon Horizons 2 mana, choose creature or land, reveal the top 4 cards of your library, put all cards of the chosen type revealed this way into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. Every path leads to discovery. Pretty good version of this effect. Although they're now printing even better versions of this effect, kind of. Like, they don't have the high roll potential that this one does. But Malevolent Rumble, which is just mill 3, get a creature or land, and you get a Scion that you can fucking to boost you next turn or whatever. Scion token. Whatever you want to do with it. That's fucking great. And then there's one in Aether Drift that I just discovered that's an enchantment that's mill 3, put a creature or land into your hand. The creature or land thing is very important because it does the double service of getting creatures when you need it and land if you need it early. But then that one just sits around, and whenever you have a creature exiled from your graveyard, you gain a life, and that's crazy. That's so good over the course of a game if you're doing graveyard stuff. It's I like that card a lot. That is in my Abzan Enchantress deck. This is how I found it. I kind of just, I'm like, regular Abzan probably just wants this too. It's so good. You could rebuy it off Luris if you sacrifice it for some reason. Junkyard Genius. It's another card type for Delirium if it winds up in your graveyard, which it probably won't because you do have to have a way to sacrifice it, but which the Absent deck does. Junkyard Genius, 3 mana for a 2/2 human artificer. When it enters the battlefield, you create a tapped Power Stone token. Power Stone tokens are an artifact with tap at a colorless, but the mana can't be spent to cast non-artifact spells. Power Stone tokens generally pretty bad. Just not what you want from them. You can tap 3, sacrifice another creature or artifact. Until end of turn, other creatures you control get +1 attack and gain menace and haste. With so many cards that give you treasure, why would you want a Power Stone token? Oh man, I got spoiled. We've got a classic, although it's a weird set symbol. It's Vindicate. I kind of hate that this doesn't have isn't the original printing with the flavor text or whatever, because this is like the Weatherlight blowing up Yogg. This is the legacy weapon being fired, is what this is depicting. Like blowing up Yawgmoth. I'm pretty sure. The Brian Snooty art. Story target permanent. Notice that it doesn't say non-land. God. We've got white border. It's white border Uro. Just as you love him with the legendary frame at the top there, really standing out in the white background. Uro Titan of Nature's Wrath is 3 mana, 1 a green and a blue, for a 6/6 legendary Elder Giant. When it enters, you sacrifice it unless it escaped. Whenever Uro enters the battlefield or attacks, you gain 3 life and draw a card, and then you may put a land from your hand onto the battlefield. And its escape cost is 2 green, 2 blue, and exile 5 other cards from your graveyard. The funny thing about Uro is, as broken as he is, he feels less broken to me now because Flage exists, and Flage is absurd. It does hurt the color combinations that don't get access to Flage and Uro, and to a lesser extent Kroxa. Kroxa is just kind of not as good, although still pretty good. Still very easy to close out a game with a Kroxa if you're in an okay position. But Uro the thing is, a Flage can just completely bring you back into a game that you were gonna lose to an aggressive deck. It can transform. It can completely save you on his own in a way that Uro can't or doesn't, because you're probably spending life to make sure you got the right colors of mana to cast him. So his first life gain is kind of only offsetting that. He's not creating a board presence. He's absurd. But in today's Magic, he feels. It's not the thing I always wanted to be doing. And we got the future is a Tormod's Crypt. So get fucked, Uro. I've got fucking this cross. Christopher Rush is gonna fucking smoke you. It's 0 mana artifact that you can sacrifice to exile target player's graveyard. The dark openings seem to breathe the cold, damp air of the dead earth in a steady rhythm. So get owned, Uro. And then we have Call from the Grave. Look at those fucking skeletons. 3 mana sorcery. Put a random creature from a random graveyard into play under your control. Call from the Grave deals to you an amount of damage equal to that creature's casting cost. I love that it's 3 mana and random, because compared to Reanimate, just how fucking busted Reanimate is. See what they need to get even a fraction of your power. Yeah, in its day, Uro was just one in a long line of busted Simic cards that all did the same thing. And it was just oppressive because they just kept printing more Simic value cards that were broken. It was too many. The problem is Simic is popular and extremely good in Commander. But that's also why they didn't need to print such broken cards for it. But I digress. We got, banger art. We got 2 mana for a 1/1 Fearless Fledgling. It's a 1/1 Griffin with landfall. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, you put a +1/+1 counter on Fearless Fledgling. It gains flying until end of turn. Griffins nest in precarious places, so fledglings often find themselves taking their first flights at surprising moments. Yep, that's definitely the face of a creature without fear. No fear there. Face of pure terror. Well, Nadu's later. It was like Oko, Uro, and then Omnath. was like, it's like we finally fixed it, guys. We've stopped printing broken cards. Wait, we had one more thing. Here's Omnath. Bellowing Aegisaur, 6 mana for a 3/5 dinosaur for Mixelon. First Dino set. With Enrage, whenever Bellowing Aegisaur is dealt damage, put a +1/+1 counter on each other creature you control. Its roaring challenge is punctuated by the slam of its tail on the earth, rousing the herds of plants. This card was bad at the time in Limited. Look, Omnath has 4 colors of mana on it, but it's a Simic card. Let's be real. Or what was at the time? Turtle Shell Changeling, 4 mana for a 1/4 shapeshifter with Changeling. This card is every creature type at all times. 2 mana, switch Turtle Shell Changeling's power and toughness until end of turn. A Changeling involuntarily mimics the nearest being at hand, sometimes trading a borrowed shell for borrowed claws. Wing Splicer, 4 mana, 1/1 Human Artificer. When Wing Splicer enters the battlefield, you put a 3/3 colorless Golem artifact creature token onto the battlefield. Golem creatures you control have flying. Never seen Wing Splicer played. It does have good Kev Walker art, though. Yeah, Genesis Ultimatum. Also a Simic card. The white splicer that gives your golems first strike. I just sees way more play than wing splicer. It's filth from Judgment. It's 4 mana incarnation 2/2 swamp walk. As long as filth is in your graveyard and you control a swamp, creatures you control have swamp walk. That's so much worse. That's so much worse than the other creatures in the cycle. Swamp walk. Womp womp. Can you at least have fear? Come on. Come on. Got anger. Got fucking. Ugh. You could have haste, flying, trample. I don't remember what the white one does. The white one's also not very good. Prakata Pillar Bug. I don't remember. It's first strike or vigilance or what. Or lifelink? I don't remember. I don't remember. You could pay 1 black to make this 2/3 insect to gain lifelink until end of turn. Never seen this card. It's not very good. Not a great bug. A lesser bug. Searing Spear, 2 mana instant, 3 damage to our creature or player. It's just worse than Incinerate. Why can't I just say Incinerate? Sometimes you die a glorious death with your sword held high. Sometimes you're just target practice. Chris Rabo art. But this is a good limited card. Great limited card. You'd want that all the time, I assume. I don't know the format. I don't know if 3 damage was not. I assume it wasn't weirdly bad. Seething Anger, 1 mana sorcery with buyback of 3. Target creature gets +3 until end of turn. But it's a sorcery. Don't really want your combat tricks to be sorceries. We've got a card that gets played a lot. It's Tireless Provisioner. This card is fucked up. Whenever a land enters the battlefield under your control, create a food token or a treasure token. Your choice. Do you want mana or do you want to not die? We got Wasteland Viper. It's 1 mana, 1/2 Death Touch Snake with Blood Rush. Which is tap a green, discard it, and target attacking creature is +1/+2 and gains Death Touch until end of turn. The Gruul Embrace, all things poisonous, and living in the cracks of society. Teysa Karlov. Again, I don't know what fucking Planeswalker deck has product that set symbols from. And I don't know the difference between Conspiracy 1 and Conspiracy 2. Is that symbol? I think that's 2. Agent of Acquisitions. It's a 2 mana 2/1 construct. You draft Agent of Acquisitions face up. Instead of drafting a card from a booster pack, you may draft each card in that booster pack one at a time. If you do, turn Agent of Acquisitions face down and you can't draft cards for the rest of this draft round. Very funny. Very fun limited card. Just, this pack is mine now. Mine. Hell's Caretaker. 4 mana for a 1/1 horror that you can tap, sacrifice a creature, and return target creature from a graveyard to a battlefield. Activate this ability only during your upkeep, which is annoying. But it's a powerful effect because you don't have to sacrifice Hell's Caretaker. If you have another creature, you can sacrifice that, like a 1/1 token or something. White border, we've got Nature's Claim. Destroy 1 mana, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Its a controller gains 4 life. On this plane, the use of magic can provoke a ferocious reprisal from nature. Whoever the Eldrazi were, their relics left Zendikar forever enraged. The future is a Reclaimer. It's a 1/2 1 mana elf warrior that gets +2/+2 as long as there are 3 or more land cards in your graveyard, and you can tap it, sacrifice a land, and search your library for any land card and put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. And now we've got our... Oh, it's another conspiracy card. It's Surprise! It's Marchesa's surprise party. It's a conspiracy secret mission. You are in on the secret mission. Parentheses. Start the game with this conspiracy face up in the command zone. Before the game, secretly choose one of the following. During your end step, if you meet the conditions, you may reveal your choice and turn this card face down. When you do, collect the reward. This is a Hearthstone trap. You've cast 3 or more spells this turn. An opponent lost 6 or more life this turn. Or there are 9 or more cards in your graveyard, and the reward is draw a card. That's not... Like, drawing 1 card is nice. But it's not the most exciting thing. If it were... I wish those missions were a little harder, and maybe you drew 3 cards, or 2 cards, but maybe that would be too good. I don't know. Realistically, just getting to draw a free card off a thing that isn't in your hand, that is very strong. Very powerful. Assuming your cards are good. We got a Nomad. It's Tireless Tribe from Odyssey. Discard a card from your hand. Tireless Tribe gets +0/+4 until end of turn. We survive starvation, dwarf attacks, and heat stroke. Why should a little sandstorm bother us? With the Carl Critchlow art. Yeah, it's kind of the same principle as Companion. But it is just a Hearthstone trap. And Hearthstone gives that shit out like hotcakes. Rock's Merchant. It's a 4-mana 2/4 Rhino Monk. Look at his fit. When Rock's Meditant comes into play, if you control a green permanent, you draw a card. You got the Donato Gincola art. A nice Rhino. We've got the Whale. It's Waker of Waves. 7 mana. 7/7 Whale from M21. Creatures your opponent's control get -1 attack. You can tap to discard Waker of Waves and look at the top 2 cards of your library and put one of them in your hand and the other into your graveyard. On the open sea, there is nowhere to hide. I have no friggin' clue what that set symbol is. No clue. I've never seen that before. That's neat that I've never seen it, and it's nonsense. Brilliant Plan. I assume it's a Planeswalker deck or something. 5 mana sorcery, draw 3 cards. Simple. Heaven Sent Vision is like a lantern to guide the way. See what they need to create a fraction of Ancestral Recall's power. Pot of Greed. Darkmoor Plague. Portal Second Age. 5 mana sorcery. Jeff Miracola art. It deals 3 damage to each creature and each player. Classic magic card. The tiniest cough can be deadlier than the fiercest dragon. Oh no. It's COVID, the card. Okay. Skeletal Worm. 8 mana. Skeleton Worm. 7/6. Tap 1 to regenerate it. Hell yes. Timmy magic. Is bad because it doesn't have trample. Necromancers are judged by the most powerful undead they've ever created. There are those who have animated just a single being, yet are considered the pinnacle of their dark craft. Zoltran Bolos and Yavar. This guy? I don't know how to pronounce. Too many Z's. I don't know. Convulsing Lycid. 3 mana, 2/2 Lycid. Scott Kirschner. 1 red, tap. Convulsing Lycid loses this ability and becomes a creature enchantment that reads, enchanted creature cannot block. Instead of a creature, move Convulsing Lycid onto target creature. You may pay 1 to end this effect. The Lycids are all bad. They're just bad. Magic has since figured out ways to make things that are like reconfigure. Reconfigure is just better. It's like the solved version, I guess. We got Urza Saga card with the Bob Eggleton art for Shiv's Embrace. 4 mana enchant creature. Enchanted creature is +2/+2 and gains flying, and it has fire breathing. Tap 1 red. Enchanted creature is +1 attack until end of turn. Where the foes form to best it in battle, so saith the Bay. Yeah, see, it's Urza Saga. It's the enchantment set. Classic enchantment set. We've got another Diligent Farmhand. I think that means I'm up to 3. 1 mana, 1/1 Druid. Or 4? Did I have another Diligent? I might have had a Diligent Farmhand in the other Mystery Booster packs. I might have 2 old Diligent Farmhands and now 2 new ones. I don't remember. Tap 2, sacrifice Diligent Farmhand, search your library for a basic land card, and put that card in play tapped, then shuffle your library. Whatever. If Diligent Farmhand is in a graveyard, Muscle Burst effect counts it as a Muscle Burst. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Seven mana, instant. Put a 4/4 green beast creature token into play with Storm. Hunting pack. I don't know how high your Storm count's going to be when you're casting a 7 mana spell, but 4/4s. Those are bigger than 2/2s. Kiora, Behemoth Beckoner, 3 mana, 2 and a hybrid green-blue for a legendary planeswalker Kiora from War of the Spark with 7 loyalty, and it has a static ability. Whenever a creature with power 4 or greater enters the battlefield under your control, draw a card, and you can -1 to untap target permanent. One of the more, played but fair War of the Spark static planeswalkers. I don't think this card is super busted, but it is good enough to see, also good enough to see lots of play. So that's fun. We've got a Consuming Aberration, 5 mana for a star horror with power and toughness, each equal to the number of cards in your opponent's graveyards. So, better in multiplayer. Whenever you cast a spell, each opponent, or theoretically, bigger at least, whenever you cast a spell, each opponent reveals a card from the top of their library. Until they reveal a land card, put those cards into their graveyard. Um, so got Charbelcher player. We've got a white bordered thought vessel. Infinite possibilities contained in a finite space. It's a 2 mana artifact that where you have no maximum hand size. You can tap it to add a colorless. Classic card. Ace, you'll like this one. It's Life Tap. 2 blue for an enchantment. The future is hate fuck all my homies hate green. Whenever a forest an opponent controls becomes tapped, you gain 1 life. That's not very good. That doesn't really hurt them. As far as color hate goes, this is pretty bad. Keep a green tree in your heart, and perhaps the singing bird will come. Now that I read this, I was like, that's green color hate. Ace will be happy. But it's shit, so probably not. Whoops. Oh my god. It's Jeskai Baller. 2 and a white for a 2/3 human athlete who's dunking. Whenever you cast a spell, create a 1 white, 1/1 white athlete creature token with rebound. If you cast this spell from your hand, exile it as it resolves. At the beginning of your next upkeep, you may cast this card from exile without paying its mana cost. That's hilarious. I like the art on this Life Tap though. The effect of the card is garbage, but it looks cool. I think I got fooled by how cool it looked. Speaking of a good-looking card, it's Exile. 2 and a white for an instant. Exile target non-white attacking creature. You gain life equal to its toughness. See, it's clearly better than Swords to Plowshares because you gain the life. I want the life. I deserve it. Kind of how I felt as a kid. I want to give my opponent's life. I want the life. This card's better. Oh shit, it's Knight of the Holy Nimbus. The rebel Ben somehow missed. Human rebel knight flanking. If Knight of the Holy Nimbus would be destroyed, regenerate it. Knight of the Holy Nimbus can't be regenerated this turn. Only an opponent may play this ability. Oh, banger. Classic card. It's Dive Down. 1 mana instant. Target creature you control gets +0/+3. Gains hexproof until end of turn. Seeing the river is not the same as seeing the fish. What a good tempo card. Love Dive Down. Just very fun. Fumble. 2 mana from Battle Bond. That's the name of that set. Instant. Return target creature to its owner's hand. Gain control of all auras and equipment that were attached to it, then attach them to another creature. A moment of distraction, a lifetime of regret. Torment banger. It's Mesmeric Fiend. 2 mana for a 1/1 Nightmare Horror. When it comes into play, target opponent reveals his or her hand and you choose a new non-land card from it. Remove that card from the game. When Mesmeric Fiend leaves play, return the removed card to its owner's hand. Classic ability. They put on 1,000,000 cards after Mesmeric Fiend. But Mesmeric Fiend, the first to do it, I think. so many imitators, enough that they're basically make Mesmeric Fiend obsolete, and you wouldn't ever play Mesmeric Fiend. But Mesmeric Fiend, he was there first. Power creeps out. Reaper Talisman, 1 mana artifact equipment. Whenever a equipped creature attacks, it gains Death Touch until end of turn. Whenever a equipped creature attacks alone, defending player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life and equip for 2. Little skull. Little skull. Crimson Wisps. 1 mana instant, our creature becomes red and gains haste until end of turn, and you draw a card. The whispers are incomprehensible, yet Cinder's always hear a message of urgency. Look, sometimes you just need the 1 mana draw card spells. You need all of them. Oh, I love this card. I love this art. I love this little guy. Goblin War Driver. Look at his big head and his tiny body. That chippy art. God, it's so good. 2 red mana for a 2/2 Goblin Warrior with Battle Cry. Whenever this creature attacks, each other attacking creature gets +1 attack until end of turn. True Warrior fights with whatever's handy. Quirk of this Secret Warren. God. That chippy art, though. What a good goblin. Invigorating Surge, 3 mana for an instant, 2 and a green. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature control, then double the number of +1/+1 counters on that creature. For Hydras, most problems can be solved with the addition of a few extra heads. Okay, well, what if that ability was on a 2/2 cat? That card's so fucking broken. Nantuko Vigilante. 4 mana for a 3/2 Insect Druid Mutant from Legions. It has Morph for 1 and a green. You may play this face down as a 2/2 creature for 3 colorless mana and turn it up face up anytime for its Morph cost. When Nantuko Vigilante is turned face up, destroy target artifact or enchantment. Power Conduit. I love Power Conduit because it's basically a black border printing of a card that was first in an unset. Giant Fan. Although that card was like 4 mana. Power Conduit. Artifact. You can tap it, remove a counter from a permanent you control, and then choose one. You put a charge counter on target artifact, or put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Never content, Vidalcan artificers continually tinker with their creations. I just have always been tickled with the idea of moving counters of one type to a thing that cares about counters of another type. Like, just that laundering scheme of doing a thing. I think that's very fun. Is this a good card? No. It's very weak. If it were like move all counters from one thing to another, maybe then it would be worth it, but as it is, it's just too weak. We got Thantis, the War Weaver. 6 mana legendary creature, 5/5 Jund Spider. 3 a black, a red, and a green. 5/5 Vigilance Reach, and all creatures attack each combat if able. Love it. Whenever a creature attacks you or a planeswalker you control, put a +1/+1 counter on Thantis the War Weaver. She spins a web few can resist. Its sweet aroma sparks chaos in every heart. Very cool card. We've got a white border banger. It's Seed Time. It's seed time. It's clobbering time. It's seed time. 2 mana for a green instant. Cast this spell only during your turn. Take an extra turn after this one if an opponent cast a blue spell this turn. The hippo grows wings to fight the condor. Nantuko teaching with Rebecca Gayart. Finally, anti-blue card. We got another card. The future is fucking Ben's Rebel deck. Even though this isn't a Rebel, it's Nomad's in core. It's Creature Core Nomad, 1/1 for 1 white with 0. The next 1 damage that would be dealt to Nomads in core this turn is dealt to target creature you control instead. Also, the future is also Nadu combo. The core forsake roots for the winding of the path, forsake voices for the silence of the mind, forsake all else for the poverty of isolation. And our test card is New Master of Arms. 2 and a white for a 2/2 human soldier with first strike. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt by blocking creatures that are tapped. And you can pay 1 and a white to tap target creature, blocking New Master at Arms. Oh. It's a banger of a magic card. It's Mother of Runes. Mother o' Runes. 1 white mana for a 1/1 cleric. Tap, target creature you control against protection from a color of your choice until end of turn. My family protects all families. Look at that good mom. Scott M. Fisher, Urza's Legacy. Hell yeah. The Mother o' Runes. Cloud Goat Ranger. 5 mana for a 3/3 giant warrior. When Cloud Goat Ranger comes into play, you put 3 1/1 white Kithkin Soldier creature tokens into play. That's 4 creatures on 1 card. You tap 3 untapped Kithkin you control. Cloud Goat Ranger gets +2 attack and gains flying until end of turn. I feel like it's the goat that's giving him flying, not the Kithkin, but what do I know? Meeting of Minds. 4 mana for an instant with Convoke that lets you draw 2 cards. Pot agreed. For Time of Ice. Dominaria Saga. The Franz Volnagel art, I think, is pretty good. It's just I think these frames, the saga way that art is displayed kind of does a disservice to the art. But 4 mana, tap target creature an opponent controls. It doesn't untap target controls on tap step for as long as you control Time of Ice. And then lore 3, if it's been on the turn on the field for a couple turns, you return all tapped creatures to their owner's hand. Not one of the playable sagas from the set. But I do like the art now that I'm looking at it. We've got Raider's Wake. 4 mana enchantment. Whenever an opponent discards a card, that player loses 2 life. At the beginning of your end step, if you attacked with a creature this turn, target opponent discards a card. 1 was spared to tell the gruesome tale. So, you know, your bad discard deck, this is slices and dices. Although it doesn't actually slice and dice. It's not a piece of removal. We've got a Sliver. Sliver alert. It's Spectral Sliver. 3 mana for a Pete Ventures art. 2/2. Sliver, with all slivers have too generic. This creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Sure, I've seen Agents of the Cabal here and there. Well, not here. And certainly not in any of the Sliver Labs. Oh dear, I've said too much. Apprentice Researcher. God, my throat is killing me. I'll tell you, something about streaming at the standing desk just ruins you. All your weaknesses exposed. Boldware Intimidator. 7 mana, 5/5 Giant Warrior. Cowards can't block warriors. 1 mana to tap. Target creature becomes a coward until end of turn. Tap 2 in a red. Target creature becomes a warrior until end of turn. Now everyone knows what you are. Christopher Moeller art. Get right up in there. That crotchicle. Ground Rift. 1 mana sorcery. Target creature without flying can't block this turn. And Storm. Sometime rifts didn't take away the people, but just the ground they stood on. Not the kind of effect you're looking for when you're storming off. Gonna be real. We got a Scourge Classic. We got one with Nature. The Darren Batter art. Whenever enchanted creature deals combat damage to a player, you may search your library for a basic land card and put it into play tapped, then shuffle your library. If that's like very powerful, except that enchant creature cards are extremely susceptible to removal, and you get 2 for 1 yourself. Haywire Might, classic Magic card, was playing with it like yesterday on Arena. When Haywire Might dies, you gain 2 life. You can tap 1 green, sacrifice Haywire Might, exile target non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. They're easy enough to squish, but they're a pain to wash out of a workbench. T-Gold Goblin Explosioneer. The art by Izzy. Oh, Haywire Might. Haywire Might's such a cool card. The fact that you gain the life just off it dying, whether or not you used its ability. Ooh, so good. Fun. Before we check out the future, let's reconstruct history. 4 mana, 2 in red and white for a sorcery. Return up to 1 target artifact card, up to 1 target enchantment card, up to 1 target instant card, up to 1 target sorcery card, and up to 1 target planeswalker card from your graveyard to your hand. No creatures, though. But then you exile reconstruct history. I've never seen this card played. But it can get you 5 cards? 5? That's a lot. Will it get you 5 cards? Probably not. Oh, baby. We've got a Modern Horizons 2 Classic. It's Dauthi Voidwalker. Everybody. Size. It's 2 black for a 3/2 Dauthi Rogue with Shadow. That's fun. And if a card would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, instead exile it with a void counter on it, well, that's certainly powerful. Certainly it can't do anything else. You could tap sacrifice Dauthi Voidwalker, choose an exile card an opponent owns with a void counter on it. You may play it this turn without paying its mana cost. The thing that saves Dauthi Voidwalker is there's so many other Modern Horizons cards that are so much worse. But now we've got a white border banger. It's Cabal Coffers. Really not a card you want in white border as opposed to black border, I feel like, on account of its so black coated. Look at the Mirari there. That's the Mirari. You can tap 2, tap, add black. Also the printing on this, the like swamp symbols like offset to the left a little bit of where it should be. Deep within the Cabal's vault, the Mirai pulsed like a dead sun, and its darkness radiated across Sotaria. The Mirari is such a cool idea. The fucking orb. It's the Mirari. It's the fucking orb. It's too bad the Mirari as a card isn't very good. But I love the idea of an orb. They should print a new Mirari card. They should print a new version of the Mirari that's playable. You know? Give me an alternate, or just give me an alternate printing of Palantir from the Lord of the Rings set as it just says the Mirari and it does the replacement name thing, but it's the same card. Give me a Palantir that's the Mirari, please, please. But the future, we're building the bridge to the future now. But oh no, it's an ensnaring bridge. Get ensnared. Creatures with power greater than the number of cards in your hand can't attack for 3 mana. I expected a fight, but I didn't expect it from the building itself. With the classic Stronghold Pete Adventures art. Gerard. A banger of a card. At not letting your opponent play Magic. Because you discard your whole hand so they can never attack you. With their creature deck. Get fucked. Processing Plant. Ulamog's Power Plant. Processing Plant enters the battlefield tapped. Not a great start. When Processing Plant enters the battlefield, you may put a card an opponent owns from exile into that player's graveyard. If you do, untap Processing Plant. Otherwise, exile the card of each opponent's library. Oh, and it can tap for white, blue, black, or colorless. That's pretty good. I don't know that I want to give an opponent a card back that badly, but no, it's an option. It's an option. I Sword's Pleasure that thing for a reason. You know? But maybe the reason isn't valid anymore. Maybe I had to Sword's Pleasure something to not die that's not actually that scary. You don't know. You don't know I'm about. Thraben Watcher, 4 mana for a 2/2 angel from Modern Horizons 2. Flying Vigilance. Other non-token creatures you control get +1/+1 and have Vigilance. Christopher Moeller, Shelter, 2 mana, instant. Target creature you control gains protection from the color of your choice until the turn. Draw a card. Good strategy, seize opportunities. Great strategists make their own. Rapid Hybridization, from some Commander set, this printing. Destroy target creature. It can't be regenerated. That creature's controller creates a 3/3 green frog lizard creature token. We've merged your life essence with that of several creatures at once. You're welcome. That's right, you're welcome. Got a Portal Classic. It's Owl Familiar. 1/1 flying, summon creature. When Owl Familiar comes into play from your hand, draw a card, then choose and discard a card from your hand. Oof. Scrapwork Rager, 4 mana, 2/2, Phyrexian Horror. When it enters the battlefield, you draw a card and you lose a life, and it has Unearth for 4. The card this is referencing was only like 3 mana. You know? And really, this effect, I'd rather the card view 2 mana. You know? You know? Predatory Night Stalker. I like this art. 5 mana for a 3/2 Night Stalker. When Predatory Night Stalker enters the battlefield, you may have target opponent sacrifice a creature. This was like really good in old frame. Burning Prophet. 2 mana human wizard for 1 in a red for a 1/3. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, Burning Prophet gets +1/+0 until end of turn, then scry 1. This day will end in death, but not the one you hoped for. This day will end in victory, but not the one you expected. It's just not the spell's payoff card you want. If you're going tall, you want +1/+1 counters for 2 mana. That's what that rate gets you. If you're not going to get counters, you want to go wide and get 1/1 tokens. Voldaran Epicure. 1 mana for a 1/1 vampire. When it enters, you deal 1 damage to each opponent and create a blood token. That blood token makes this card extremely good. Like, just wildly playable. Not like just a solid card. This is a playable. You would play this Magic card. Are there better things to play? Probably. But that's just, that's a well-designed Magic card. It's not too strong. It's just good. Lets you do things that you want to do, like rummage. Incremental Growth. 5 mana sorcery. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on another target creature, and 3 +1/+1 counters on a third target creature. How many creatures do you think I got, bud? 5 mana. Tie a mouse under a bridge, and your cabbages will triple in size. Very bad if you're behind. If you got no board, that card's really bad. Dawn Treader Elk. 2 mana for elk, 2/2 elk. 1 green, sacrifice Dawn Treader Elk. Search the library for a basic land card. Put that in your battlefield tab, then shuffle the library. We've got Quicksilver Dagger from Apocalypse. Give me a fucking Horseshoe Crab. Let me draft this and Horseshoe Crab. And then let me draw them. 3 mana, 1 blue and a red for an enchant creature. Enchant creature says tap. This creature deals 1 damage to target player. You draw a card. Insane combo. Insane. We've got a Sorin Solemn Visitor. 4 mana Sorin. 4 loyalty. +1. Until your next turn, creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain lifelink. -2, put a 2/2 black vampire creature token with flying onto the battlefield. -6, you get an emblem with, at the beginning of each player opponent's upkeep, that player sacrifices a creature. It's just been outmoded by other Sorin. You would just play the other Sorin before this. You would play mono black Sorin. 4 mana mono black Sorin makes 2 3 flyers. And can draw you a card. You lose life. It's like Bob effect, but you'd still do that. Culling the Weak. 1 black for an instant at a mana source. I'll have you know. As an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice a creature, and you add 4 black mana to your mana pool. I remember there was a time my friends were like, "No, this is like, you just cast this, and it's like you have 4 swamps. It's like the equivalent of just having 4 swamps. You just have that forever. Like it just sits around, and you have 4 pips to cast every turn." And I'm like, I don't think that's how that works. I think you just get that mana and then it goes away. And then you can spend it and then move on with your life. And then you're like, oh, but then that card's garbage. It's like, and the reality is, no, it's still really powerful. Actually. Pyroblast is the future. The future is fuck blue. Choose 1. Counter target spell if it's blue. Destroy target permanent if it's blue. god. Well, it's the perfect magic card. It's just another fucking hish. It's just another snake cult. It's just another snake cult. It's Hish of the Snake Cult. 2 colorless, a black, green, and a blue for a 2/5 snake. Nagas and serpents you control are snakes. Parentheses, will errata this to be true? The lore! This is where it happened. Snakes you control have Daunt, Death Touch, and Poisonous 2. A creature with Daunt can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Whenever a creature with Poisonous 2 deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. Holy shit. I love it so. I love him. Look, it's a snake cult. Oh, it's so good. Fuck. Oh. God damn. God damn, man. Syndic of Tithes. 2 mana for a 2/2 human cleric with Extort. Whenever you cast a spell, you may pay 1 white or 1 black, and if you do, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain that much life. Entrance is free. Donations are required. Notice outside Viscopa Bank. Unbounded Potential. 1 and a white for an instant. Choose one. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures. Or proliferate. And you can entwine the spell with an additional 4 mana to do both. Oh, we got a Transmuter. 3 mana for an 0/5 Defender Spirit with flying, but it has Transmute for 3. You discard this card, search the library for a card with the same converted mana cost as this card, and put it into your hand. Only the sorcery. Set Adrift, 6 mana with Delve. Or exile from your graveyard while casting a spell to pay for each 1 generic mana cost per card. You put target non-land permanent on top of its owner's library. The envoy spoke, and DC replied. We got an Urza Saga banger art alert. It's a chippy. We've got Order of Yawgmoth. It's a 4 mana 2/2 knight. I assume it's a Phyrexian Knight now or something. Order of Yawgmoth cannot be blocked except by artifact creatures and black creatures, which is fear before it got keyworded. And whenever Order of Yawgmoth successfully deals damage to a player, that player chooses and discards a card. It's also a bad Hypnotic Spectre. It's not because the card discard isn't random and it's 4 mana. Skull Raid. Don't like that. Don't want that to happen. That's a bad time. Target opponent discards 2 cards. If fewer than 2 cards were discarded this way, you draw cards equal to the difference, and you can foretell it. I've never seen this card. We got a Stronghold. Ron Spencer will not chill. It's fanning the flames. It's Fireball with buyback. X, red, with buyback 3. Deal X damage to target creature or player. You just Fireball them every turn. You have to have 5 mana in addition to whatever damage you want to deal every turn. But if you have an ungodly amount of mana, but not enough to just straight out kill them, On the other hand, if you have infinite mana, and the important thing is having enough red pips, you can individually fireball every other player at your commander game. Stormkiln Artist, 4 mana for a 2/2 dwarf shaman. It gets +1 attack for each artifact you control, but the important part is that it has Magecraft. Whenever you cast a spell or copy an instant or sorcery spell, or whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery, you create a treasure token. Which makes him good for, as he says in the name, storming off. We got a classic. Urza's Destiny, my sweet spot. Gamekeeper. We got all the little turtles in the Scott Hampton art. When Gamekeeper is put into a graveyard from play, you may remove Gatekeeper from the game. If you do, reveal cards from your library until you reveal a creature card. Put that card into play, and put the other cards revealed this way into your graveyard. Into your graveyard. That's so good. They go into your graveyard. Symbiosis. 1 and a green for an instant. 2 target creatures each get +2/+2 until end of turn. Although the elves of Argoth always consider themselves a nuisance, the pixies made 5 allies during the war against the machines. Jeff Maricola art. Urza Saga banger. We got a Weatherlight. It's serrated by Skellion. 3 mana for an artifact creature with taps. Put a -1/-1 counter on Serrated by Skeleton and a -1/-1 counter on target creature. Whereas I was created to protect, the Biskellion was created to destroy. Karn, Silver Golem, with Ron Spencer art. The Biskellion is not really. I feel like that's not a fair comparison, Karn. You're a legendary creature. This is just fucking. This is a nobody. This is just a thing. A guy. Shunyun, the Silent Tempest. 3 mana for a 3/2 human monk with prowess. And whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may pay hybrid red-white, 2 hybrid red-white, or hybrid red-white, blah, 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 2 mana total. Both hybrid red-white. If you do, target creature gains double strike until end of turn. Double the strike, double the fun. We've got white border, Leyline of the Void, where Treachery and Oblivion converge. We got a Melissa Benson banger art for the future, but I got some bad news about the future. In the future, it's just gonna rain daggers. It's Rain-O Daggers. 6 mana sorcery, destroy all creatures target opponent controls. You lose 2 life for each creature destroyed this way. Knives in the skies, cries in the air, and blood on the ground. Fuck that guy in particular. Oh, I want to. It's gonna commander. Just fuck that guy in particular. I love it. It's a lot of mana, but I love the vibe. I demanded an orb, and I was given an orb. An orb has been presented. It's not the orb I asked for, but it is an orb. It's Orb of Origin. It's 0 mana for a poly artifact that has. You've tapped 2 mana, and you can add 1 mana of any color. You can filter for 2. Other non-creature artifacts are mono and continuous. Each activated ability of mana artifacts costs an additional tap to activate if its cost doesn't already include tap. As long as a continuous artifact is tapped, it loses all abilities. Like, that's how Howling Mine works. Because Howling Mine is just, the original printing just says mono artifact in its card type and says being upkeep, player's upkeep, they draw an additional card or whatever. But that is a card that if it's tapped, the effect doesn't happen. Also, Winter Moon, I think, is like that too, the original version. Which is why you could turn off Winter Moon by tapping it. The conception of early artifacts that did not carry over into further down the line. What if the cards just didn't inherently work that way? What if we could do whatever the fuck we wanted? You know? Then we could make Nether or Near Heath Pilgrim. Wow, can't read. 2 mana for a 2/1 human cleric with Soulbound. You may pair this creature with another unpaired creature. When either creature enters the battlefield, they remain paired for as long as you control both of them. As long as Near Heath Pilgrim is paired with another creature, both creatures have lifelink. I don't know why they haven't printed like some fucking goofy ass commander pair as like having partner and soulbound. Partner soulbound. Banishing Slash from Kamiga Neon Dynasties. 2 white for sorcery. Destroy up to 1 target artifact, enchantment, or tapped creature. Then if you control an artifact and an enchantment, to create a 2/2 white samurai creature token with vigilance. In the name of Kyodai, be gone. I feel like this should be getting played more. 2 mana, destroy target artifact, creature, or enchantment. I mean, it is a sorcery that destroys tapped creatures, though. We've got a Deterizi banger. It's False Summoning. 1 and a blue for counter target creature spell. With some banger Deterizi classic goblin art. We've got an Ovinomancer. Make up for the one I sent to Ben. Back up to 4. 2 colorless and a blue for a human wizard. When a Venomancer enters the battlefield, sacrifice unless you return 3 basic lands you control to their owner's hand. Brutal. Tap, return Venomancer to its owner's hand. Destroy target creature. It can't be regenerated. That creature's controller creates an 0/1 green sheep creature token. I like the sheep is green for some reason. It's tap, destroy a creature. It's unstoppable. Yes, did you have to get rid of all of your lands to do it? Sure. That's just the cost of doing business, baby, when you're a wizard. You gotta pay the ultimate price. 1 in black to destroy target monocolored creature. Let him be an example to others who would default on their debts to us. Or the Kosen, Warshav, Assassin, Gatekeeper of Malakir. Vampire Warrior 2/2 with 1 black kicker. When Gatekeeper of Malakir enters the battlefield, if it was kicked, target player sacrifices a creature. Price of Glory. That's just a guy. 2 and a red for an enchantment. Whenever a player taps a land for mana during another player's turn, destroy that land. So would this kind of land destruction be okay in Commander? Is this okay? Hey, you want to play an instant speed? There's a cost. At any cost. How much do you want to cast Settle the Wreckage, man? No. Well, no. Settle the Wreckage. That counts. You cast that there, the attacker's turn. Do you want to Cyclonic Rift yourself out of the game? That should be the cost. Cyclonic Rift should require you to sacrifice 8 lands. then it's fair. Footfall Crater. 1 red. Enchantment Aura. Enchanted Land. Enchanted Land has tap. Target creature gains trample and haste until end turn. Cycling 1. To be fair, you are doing the destroying. If their lands are indestructible, you can't destroy them. It's not like making them sacrifice them or anything. So, you know. It's not fully stop hitting yourself, I guess. We got Urza's Destiny Banger, the Douglas Schuler art, 2 mana compost. Whenever a black card is put into your opponent's graveyards, you may draw a card. Not one or more, 1. Recross the Paths. 3 mana sorcery. Reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land card. Put that card into play and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. Clash with an opponent. If you win, return Recross the Paths to its owner's hand. Opulent Palace. The Sultai Triland. Triland. Good for limited. We've got a Hushbringer. Oh, that Hushbringer art's so powerful. 2 mana for a 1/2 fairy. Flying lifelink. Creatures entering the battlefield or dying doesn't cause abilities to trigger. Torpor Orbed. Path to Exile in White Border. That's sick. Exile target creature. Its controller may search their library for a basic land card. Put that play on the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Her resentment vanished as strange unknown lands opened up before her. And the future is you're gonna be a goblin lackey. 1 mana for a 1/1. Goblin lackeys are the future. The meek shall inherit the earth, and they're going to be goblin lackeys. Whenever a goblin lackey deals damage to a player, you may put a goblin permanent card from your hand onto the battlefield. At the first sign of enemy scouts, Jula grinned and stomped his diplomacy helmet. Strapped on his diplomacy helmet. Christopher Muller, goblin lackey art. Not the classic art. We have Keeper of the Crown, Adventurer. 2 and an L for a creature human noble. A 3/4, the most powerful type line or stat block, whatever, power toughness combo in Magic. L can be paid with 1 mana from a legendary source. It has to be legendary mana. That's rough. Get out of here, guys. Cradle. Other legendary creatures you control get +1/+1 and have indestructible. And the adventure side is Coronation of the Wilds. Oh, the other. If you're playing like elves and the Ring Tempts You, would be like a way to build that. Sorcery Adventure for 3 mana. Target creature you control becomes a legendary noble. Because this is a magic card, it has to do all the things for itself, in addition to its other types, and gains tap, add 1 mana of any color, and then you draw a card. What if the card just did the idea for making the card playable itself? Modern Magic design. Let's go. What if this card were 2 cards? One of the cards allowed the goofy side to function. It should say like the crown tempts you or something. They should have gone further with the joke. Magic mechanics. Ancestral Blade. 1 and a white for an artifact equipment. When Ancestral Blade enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white soldier creature token and then attach Ancestral Blade to it. An equipped creature gets +1/+1, and it has equipped for 1. Myth Realized. 1 mana enchantment. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a lore counter on Myth Realized. Tap 3, 2 and a white. Put a lore counter on Myth Realized and tap 1 white. Until end of turn, Myth Realized becomes a monk avatar creature. In addition to its other types in game, this creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of lore counters on it. So that's a cool thing. Just powering up. It's not good, but it's enticing. It's like, yeah, I want to do that. That's fun. We got a fucking banger of art. It's Sequata Firewalker. 3 mana for a 0/1 wizard from Mirage. Cannot be the target of red spells or abilities. And it's a pinger. You can tap it to deal 1 damage to target creature or player. I've never seen this card. This is a fucking banger. Comfortable even in a furnace? I've never met one who'd accept my wager. David O'Connor cooking. Wash Away. 1 blue mana for an instant. Counter target spell that wasn't cast from its owner's hand. And then it has Cleave, where if you pay 3 mana instead of the 1 mana, you can just counter target spell. So it's just cancel. This gets played in every Brawl deck playing blue. I'll have you know. Because it's just 1 mana counter your commander. It's kind of obnoxious. Raven's Crime. 1 black mana, sorcery. Target player discards a card with Retrace. You may play this card from your graveyard by discarding a land card in addition to paying its other costs. It plucks away memories like choice bits of carrion. Expunge. Urza Saga Classic. Christopher Muller art. Destroy target non-artifact, non-black creature. That creature cannot be regenerated this turn with cycling 2. Love Expunge. Love it. Love the art. We got Tin Street Hooligan. 1 in a red for a 2/1 Goblin Rogue. When Tin Street Hooligan comes into play, if green was spent to play Tin Street Hooligan, destroy target artifact. Rockchaw is like a holiday, only it isn't on the calendar, and instead of dancing, you knock people flat. Instead of giving gifts, you break stuff. Where's my Marvel reprint with this being the Yankee Street Hooligan? Harassing Benjamin Grimm, the Thing. Stormcaller. 2 in a red for a 3/2 Ogre Shaman. When Stormcaller enters the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to each opponent. He became Elder Shaman when his predecessor was mysteriously struck by lightning on a cloudless day. All right. Trying to not spoil myself. Oh, we got a moment's peace. Rebecca Glay with this weird square diamond set symbol. Hell yeah. Moment's peace. A classic. Love to prevent all combat damage and then prevent all combat damage on the next turn also for 1 card. We've got Spore Mound. It's a fungus. 5 mana for a 3/3 fungus. Whenever land enters the battlefield under your control, put a 1/1 green sapling creature token onto the battlefield. Man. this looks fucking terrible. Because I'm playing Springheart and Tuco, which basically does this effect and way more for 2 mana. We've got a desert. It's Painted Bluffs. Kind of boring. Filterland. But it's a desert. There are some desert synergy cards that actually ramping into deserts is worth it. If you want to go that route. They're like just on the edge of good enough. We got a Gaddock Teague. No fun for you. If you're casting non-creature spells. If you're casting creatures, have at it. Green and a white for a 2/2 Kithkin Advisor. Non-creature spells with converted mana cost 4 or greater can't be cast. Non-creature spells with X in their mana cost can't be cast. So great are his wisdom and spirit that many who have met him say they stood before a giant of a man and talked to the wisest of the 4 winds. It's a giant of a man because he's a Kithkin, so he's short. He's not tall. White border. I'm sorry. I know you didn't. I know you don't want this in white border, but it's your worst fears. It's your worst fears in white border. It's 8 mana. A sorcery. You control target player during that player's next turn, and then you exile worst fears. So you can't. So it's sorcery Mindslaver, but you can't Mindslaver lock them. Elspeth feared that her trespass into Nyx would not go unnoticed. What's the future? The future's not good. The future is pox. Just this isn't that our present, near past. Pox. 3 black mana for a sorcery. Love that cat. Each player loses a third of their life, then discards a third of the cards in their hand, then sacrifices a third of the creatures they control, then sacrifices a third of the lands they control. Round up each time. Oh, round up. Round up. And now our playtest card is Audric, Lunar Marquis. 2 and a black for a 3/3 human soldier, legendary creature, human soldier. Beginning of each combat, creatures you control gain banding until end of turn. If a creature you control is banding. I love that they start with banding. That's perfect for a joke card. The same is true for Changeling, Devoid, Fear, Flanking, Horsemanship, Ingest, which I don't even know what that is, Intimidate, Landwalk, Shroud, Tantrum, Wither, and the activated ability, sacrifice this creature, add colorless mana. It's just delightful. Delightful. The light. I think I'm gonna fucking do it. I think I'm gonna fucking just power through. It's dying throat and all. I'll never speak again. But I'm rolling. Abolish. You may discard a planes from your hand rather than paying Abolish's mana cost, destroy target artifact or enchantment. As war raged on, the young mages became more direct in their tactics, often at great cost. It's not as good a rate as Force Vigor. But weird that we didn't really see play. I guess you have to discard a planes. It's not a white card. That's a big difference. That's a huge difference. Deft Blade Elite, a 1-mana 1/1 soldier with Provoke from Legions. Tap 1 and a white, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to and dealt by Deft Blade Elite this turn. You can hold back anything. It's funny. I look at that. I'm like, yeah, it's a blocker, but he's a provoker. You're supposed to kill their fucking elf. Unsubstantiate, but not their delighted halfling or their deathrite shaman. Provoke the bird. Unsubstantiate. One in a blue for an instant. Return target spell or creature to its owner's hand. I love this effect. I'm glad they put this spell plus a blue mana on a land so we can at least play with this effect. Because it's really not worth a card in your deck, but when it's just on a land, it can be very good in the right situation. I've had fun playing with unsubstantiate actually in particular before that new bolt land. Daring Saboteur, a 2/1 for 2, a human pirate. You can tap 3 and it can't be blocked this turn, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may draw a card. And if you do, discard a card. So Luden. They'll never see me coming. They will see you coming, but they won't be able to do anything about it. Blood Throne Vampire. 1 and a black for a vampire with 1/1 that is a sack outlet. Sacrifice a creature, it gets +2/+2 until end of turn. It's pretty good. 2 mana sack outlet. Better than Nantuko Husk, which is this, but a 2/2 for 3 mana. That 1/1 power is not worth a whole mana. You would play this first every time, probably. Cling to Dust. Classic. 1 mana instant. Exile target card from a graveyard. If it was a creature card, you gain 3 life. Otherwise, you draw a card. Escape for 3 and a black. Exile 5 other cards from your graveyard. And do this again. It's possible. You can just make a escape card that's just good and fair. Like, it's fine. It's playable. It does the thing it does. We got Flame Slash, 1 mana sorcery, deal 4 damage to target creature. 1 mana, 4 damage. That's a good rate. Makes up for the fact that you can't send it to the dome. After millennia asleep, the Eldrazi had forgotten about Zendikar's fiery temper and dislike of strangers. And also you can't send it at Planeswalkers. Fire Servant. 3 colorless, 2 red for an elemental 4/3. If a red instant or sorcery you control would deal damage, it deals double that damage instead. Too bad if you're in a burn deck, you're not getting up to 5 mana. It's not what you're about. You're about sacrificing your lands to do more damage. Hero's Bane. 5 mana, 3 colorless, 2 green. Hydra, 0/0. When it enters the battlefield with 4 1/1 counters on it, and you can tap 2 and 2 green, 4 mana total, to put X +1/+1 counters on Hero's Bane, where X is its power. So, at minimum, you're turning it from a 4/4 to an 8/8, probably. But theoretically, you're doing much more. The potential is there. Tower Above. Sorcery. 2 colorless, green, 3 times. And until end of turn, target creature +4/+4 and gains trample. Wither, and when this creature attacks, target creature blocks it this turn if able. Wither is infect without poison. This guy with his tiny arms. Thomas Denmark was cooking on drawing this fucking goblin. I don't know why this green card is showing off goblins also, but this goblin, this giant torso, the most ripped, but his tiny little arms, his skinny little arms, skipped arm day. Only core, no arm. It's a Cheerio. It's Paradise Mantle, a 0 mana artifact equipment. Equipped creature has tap, add 1 mana of any color to your mana pool, and you can equip for 1. It contains the wisdom of generations of our people. We permit only a chosen few to don the raiment. Imran Viridian Elder. We've got Grim Hireling, 4 mana, 3/2 Tiefling Rogue. Whenever one or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, create 2 treasure tokens, and you can tap a black and sacrifice X treasures, and target creature gets -X/-X until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. We've got. Oh man, why are this is a bad time. Tendrils of Agony. I don't recognize this Tendrils of Agony art. Is this? I don't know what this is from. Yelkin Baga. Target player loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Storm. It's the classic Storm finisher. Tendrils of Agony. The agony they fear at looking at your white border card. Hey, it's the future is goblins, as we've established. And here's how goblin settling is going to go. When Goblin Settler is a 4-mana 1/1 that when it enters, you destroy target land. Be it ever so crumbled, there's no place like home. With the Carl Critchlow art. Fuck your home. And we've got another Conspiracy as our test card. It's Rule with an Even Hand. Start the game with this Conspiracy face up in the command zone. You can't attack with an odd number of creatures. Okay, good start. Can't attack if I only have 1 creature. Whenever you attack, double target creature's power until end of turn. Well, that's fucking sick. You know what that's good with? Double strike. Nothing better than doubling a double. You know? Love to double a double. If I'm drafting that early, I'm on the lookout for stuff with double strike, because that's too fun. Also, just having some like stupid ape or something would also be pretty good. Ministrant of Obligation. 3 mana for a 2/1 human cleric with Afterlife 2. Whenever this creature dies, create 2 1/1 white and black spirit creature tokens with flying. When the price of your sins comes due, the Church of Deals is there to collect. The Church of Deals. Hey man, you're playing your cube. It's doubling cube. I think doubling cube is the card art that's just like default on Cube Cobra. Veteran Armorer. 1 and a white for a 2/2 human soldier. Other creatures you control get +0/+1. Give me a sword and I'll kill a few enemies, but give me a hammer and a fiery forge and I'll turn the tide of battle. Teach a man to kill, and he'll kill a man. Teach a man to build a kill, and you'll have an army. It's a fairy. It's Spirit Noble. It's 1 and 2 blue for a 2/2 fairy with flying. Other creatures you control with flying get +0/+1, and then you can tap it to give other creatures you control with flying +1/+0 until end of turn. By thorn and by stone, we will fight to see the day when beauty returns to this world. And we're on a roll with fairies. It's Fairy Swarm. 4 mana for a fairy with flying, and its power and toughness are each equal to the number of blue permanents you control. Untouched by the aurora, Una's fairies greeted the night like any other day. Chittering Rats. Oh, that photo bomb of that rat on the left. 1 and 2 black for a 2/2 rat. When Shearing Rat enters the battlefield, target opponent puts a card from their hand on top of their library. Ooh. Ooh. Putrid Goblin, 2/2 for 2 mana, Zombie Goblin with Persist. Too stupid to survive, too dumb to die. Piece in many combo decks. If you can have it a way to have it come into play with a +1/+1 counter, you can endlessly sack it for whatever value. Portal Banger art was 5 mana for a 3/3 Ogre Arsonist. When Ogre Arsonist comes into play from your hand, destroy any one land. Of course, it's a starter card. What else would you be doing but destroying lands? This is beginner magic. This is how you learn, you know? This is the basics of magic. You have to learn what you hate. 3 mana for a 2/5 wall, Pitchstone Wall. Walls can't attack. Whenever you discard a card from your hand, you may sacrifice Pitchstone Wall. If you do, return the discarded card from your graveyard to your hand. Its material may not be precious, but the mines it protects are. David Martin art. And the walls can't attack part is just reminder text, because this was before Defender, when just walls were a creature type that had the can't attack effect on them. So all cards that changed creature type were much better because you could turn that creature into a wall so it couldn't attack. They had a utility that was stripped away, stolen from all of those cards. Vinemare. In the name of making the game more accessible and understandable to the new players. Vinemare, 4 mana for an elemental horse, 5/3 with hexproof, and Vinemare can't be blocked by black creatures. Why did they make the horse green? Green doesn't deserve the horses. If they have so much already. Let white and red have the horses. And maybe a little black horse as a treat. Green horses. Night Soil. This guy's poop? Is this poop the card? 2 green for an enchantment. Tap 1, exile 2 target creature cards from a single graveyard and put a 1/1 green sapling creature token on the battlefield. Some said killing the Thalids only encouraged them. There's a zombie version of this, but it has to be your graveyard. Green can just fucking do it all. You're just eating their poop. Oh, we've got Give and Take. Give. Oh, I love the art on Give. What was that? Steve Prescott did both, but I like the Give art a lot more. Give is 3 mana, put 3 +1/+1 counters under a creature. Meh. And Take is 3 mana, remove all +1/+1 counters from target creature control, draw that many cards. So it's 6 mana, draw 3 cards. It's like the... not great. It's Path of Discovery. 4 mana for an enchantment. Whenever a creature enters the battlefield under your control, it explores. The thing that makes Path of Discovery enticing is that so many of the when creature enters, like draw cards things, are either in white, they're once a turn, or they're non-token creatures. But Path of Discovery triggers off all your tokens. So in a token deck, there's the Siren Call of Path of Discovery. Oh man, I hadn't seen this Ghost Quarter art before. Here it is in glorious white border. This Heather Hudson Ghost Quarter art is sick. Ghost Quarter is a land that you can tap to add a colorless, or you can sacrifice it to destroy target land, and its controller may search their library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield, then shuffle. Where wasted life cries out to be reborn. It's that effect. This the it's not really for land destruction. You can use it to like refresh, get rid of a Gaia's Cradle or whatever in Commander or something. But also if you have like a Crucible, this can kind of combo you into ramping. In the lands decks, Ghost Quarter has a whole other life to it. All right, the future. We're gonna have to take an oath. The Oath of Druids. It's a 2-mana enchantment. At the beginning of each player's upkeep, that player chooses target player who controls more creatures than they do, and is their opponent. The first player may reveal cards from the top of the library until they reveal a creature card. If the first player does, that player puts that card onto the battlefield, and all other cards revealed this way into their graveyard. The Darren Bader art. This is just a deck in Vintage that oddly always shows up more at paper events than it does on Magic Online. And I don't really know why. I think because it's like it gives you a better chance to high roll. I mean, there's part of me that's like, does that mean people like use it to cheat? Like, what is that? What are we talking about here? But yeah. Anyway, it's a sick card, but it's really not. It's not commander friendly. It's not multiplayer friendly. It's much more of a 1v1 kind of card for cheating out stuff. Also, it's a card that is always the creature of choice. Has changed over the years until Atraxa is like, all these decks are like, I'm playing one, and then Atraxa comes down and is like, oh, I guess I'm playing 4 Atraxas, because finally this card is sick, ends the game, and is a blue card I can pitch to Force of Will. So if you hadn't thought about that part of Atraxa being broken, have a good time. Knight of Lost Causes. 2 white for a 2/2 human knight with vigilance. As long as you're way behind, Knight of Lost Causes gets +3/+3 and has indestructible. You are way behind if at any point during this turn an opponent had 10 or more life than you, controlled at least 3 more creatures than you, or had at least 3 more cards in hand than you. Best part about this card is that it defines what being way behind is. So you have there's a set definition of Magic of what being way behind is. If this is not the situation you're not way behind. You're just normal behind, or even ahead maybe. That you don't know it. We've got a banger. It's Omen of the Sun. 3-mana flash. Omen of the Sun enters. Create 2 1/1 white human soldier creature tokens, and you gain 2 life. And you can tap 2 and a color and 2 colorless and a white to sacrifice it and scry 2. My time will come when every soul will bask in my glory and obey my law. Heliod is a dick. Oh baby. We got an art banger. It's Starlit Angel by Rebecca Gay. It's 5 mana for a 3/4 flying summon creature. To soar as high as hope, to dive as swift as justice. Oh, what a good looking card. What a good looking card! This is how I'm drawing them. It's a bird soldier. It's Avon Fisher. Not to be confused with Kingfisher, which is just a bird. 4 mana, bird soldier. Flying, when Haven Fisher is put into a graveyard for play, you may draw a card. The same spears that catch their food today will defend their homes tomorrow. I mean, it's just what I needed. Another Haven Fisher. My Haven Fisher stock numbers were down, so I'm glad to see the numbers replenished. Familiar's Ruse. 2 blue. As an additional cost to play Familiar's Ruse, return a creature you control to its owner's hand. Counter target spell. Because of their capricious nature, fairies can serve as living lenses for disruptive magic. So, as someone who learned magic as counterspell is, one of the normal commons that's just around. All this fucking the thing that happened in Magic where suddenly every counterspell was worse than counterspell. Just straight up worse. What if counterspell but straight worse was annoying? It is annoying to me. The power decreep. Power creep is bad. But power decreep is also very demotivating to stay engaged in the game and the new cards that are coming out, I will say. That's the kind of shit that makes me it's the problem with power creep, because power decreep is actually worse for player retention. But you don't want to power creep stuff, because then you have to power decreep, and it's fucking just feels terrible. Dockside Chef. 1 black mana for an enchantment creature, human citizen. 1/2. 1 no black, sacrifice an artifact or creature, draw a card. Sometimes you just, the squirming is how you know it's fresh. We've got a Dreadhound. It's 6 mana. Enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. Whenever a creature dies, or a creature card is put into a graveyard from a library, each opponent loses 1 life. That'll just kill you. He'll just fucking die in a multiplayer game. He'll just fucking die. This is a warning flag. This dog is going to be your death. Harbinger. Frenzied Fugue. 3 colorless and a red for an enchantment aura that enchants a permanent. When Frenzied Fugue enters the battlefield or at the beginning of your upkeep, you gain control of enchanted permanent until end of turn. Untap that permanent. It gains haste until end of turn. Forever after, she lived in fear of the madness reclaiming her. So you get to it's about sharing, I like that. It's not about stealing your opponent's stuff. It's about sharing it. We both get it. What if your commander was also Slicer? Boots of Speed. 1 red mana for an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +1 attack and has haste. And equips for 1. This card was not played and is now outmoded by Boots. I don't remember the name of the fucking new cowboy boots. They give you haste and ward. But that card's good because it's colorless. And red, you have haste. It's not a big deal. I love Land Grant. I love Land Grant. Land Grant is a card that lets you cut on lands. 1 colorless and 1 green mana. If you have no lands in hand, you may reveal your hand instead of paying Land Grant's mana cost. Search your library for a forest. Any forest. You get dual lands. And put that card... You can get Surveil lands. Triomes. and put that card in your hand, then shuffle your library. Land Grant. Twin Silk Spider. 3 mana, 2 colors and a green for a 1/2 spider with reach, and when it enters the battlefield, you create a 1/2 green spider creature token with reach. A forest-wide network of webs brings a hungry couple to captured prey. Oh, we got banger art. It's Squeeze Embrace. Replenishing my Squeeze Embrace stock. 1 red, 1 white. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2. When an enchanted creature is put into a graveyard, return that creature card to owner's hand. Becca, hey, killing it with the art. Vibes. Goals. Wake Thrasher. We got a Merfolk. This is 3 mana for a 1/1 Merfolk soldier. Whenever a permanent you control becomes untapped, Wake Thrasher gets +1/+1 until end of turn. So if you've got 3 lands, then he gets +3/+3 until end of turn. Anyone who thinks Marrows have more brains than brawn has never been run over by one. Buffness. Jesper. Icing art. God, look at that Squeeze Embrace. Look at that fucking little guy. Clinging. Oh my god. His card's broken. This card's broken. We got White Border, Minsk and Boo, Timeless Heroes. 2 colorless, a red and a green for a 3 loyalty legendary Planeswalker Minsk. When Minsk and Boo Timeless Heroes enters the battlefield, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you may create Boo, a legendary 1/1 red hamster creature token with trample and haste. Tap +1. Put 3 +1/+1 counters on up to 1 target creature with trample or haste, i.e. the hamster token. And you can -2 sacrifice a creature, any creature. And when you do, Minsk and Boo Timeless Heroes deals X damage to any target, where X is that creature's power. If the sacrificed creature was a hamster, you also draw X cards, and Minsk and Boo Timeless Heroes can be your commander. As a commander card, it's fine. Honestly. It's just a fun commander card, you know? Nothing too scary. It gives you value. You got this hamster running around. He gets big. Maybe you throw him if you need some cards. The future is Crashing Footfalls. I don't have a thing. It's Crashing Footfalls. It costs no mana. It has Suspend 4 for 1 green, but that's not how anyone ever plays it. I mean, I'm sure people played it that way, but it's not the primary way in which this card is engaged with. That's not plan A, ever since Cascade became a thing. And you create 2 4/4 green Rhino creature tokens with trample 2. And our test card is Panglacial Shinobi. 2 and a blue for a 1/3 Worm Ninja with Library Ninjutsu. 1 colorless and 1 blue. Shuffle an unblocked attacker you control into its owner's library. Put this card onto the battlefield from your library. Tapped and attacking. Activate only while searching your library. Whenever Pan Glacial Shinobi deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That's incredible. It's incredible. You just need an instant speed way to search your library. It's a reference to Panglacial Worm, which is a big beefy worm you can play whenever you're searching your library. But it's a lot of mana. And it's just a big O. Oh man. Hell yeah. We got Karoo! Land from Visions. Karoo comes into play tapped. When Karoo comes into play, return an untapped planes you control to owner's hand or bury Karoo. Add 1 white and 1 colorless mana to your mana pool. Honestly, Ben should put this in his Rebel deck. Because this is just mono white. Is a mono white bounce land. And that's just good. Because it means you need 1 less land to increase your mana count as you're going up the curve. 1 less card required. Karoo! Banisher Priest. 3 mana, 1 white, 2/2 human cleric. When Banisher Priest enters the battlefield, exile target creature an opponent controls until Banisher Priest leaves the battlefield. Oathbreaker, I cast you out. Oathbreaker. Who said anything about breaking oaths? Telekinetic Sliver. 2 colorless, blue and a blue. All slivers have tap target permanent. 2/2. Slivers are guided only by simple instinct. Advance the hive and you will be welcomed. Impede the hive and you will face unrelenting opposition. Freelies. We've got Annex. 2 colorless and 2 blue. You control enchanted land. It's not land destruction. It's not land destruction. It is denial. You are denying them access to their land because it's your land now. Most refugees left their ancestral homes behind when they came to Otaria. A few decided to bring them along. Battle Rage Blessing. 2 mana instant. Target creature gains death, touch, and indestructible until the turn. Since when is it cheating to give one side an unfair advantage? Braids. Gloomfang Mauler. 7 mana. 5 and 2 black. Nightmare. 5/5 menace. Backup 2. When this creature enters the battlefield, put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. If that's another creature, it gains the following ability until end of turn. A menace. And this card has Swamp Cycling 2. We've got an uncommon Planeswalker. Jaya Venerated Fire Mage. 4 colorless and a red. For a 5 loyalty Planeswalker. If another red source you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals that much damage +1 to that permanent or player instead. And you can -2 Jaya to deal 2 damage to any target, but it will be 3 damage because of fresh static. Molten Birth. 1 colorless, 2 red. Put 2 1/1 red elemental creature tokens onto the battlefield, then flip a coin. If you win the flip, return Molten Birth to its owner's hand. Few can coax the creatures within the magma to be cooled and take form. Koth the Hammer. Massive Might. That's a good art. 1 mana for a instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 and gains trample until the turn. Run! It's coming for us! Eventually! Gaster Havengul, Shopkeeper. Giant Slime. Canopy Surge. 1 and a green for a sorcery with kicker for 2 colorless. It deals 1 damage to each creature with flying in each player, but if you played the kicker cost, it deals 4 damage to each creature with flying in each player instead. Draft All-Star. All-Star Skittering Surveyor. 3 colorless mana. When Skittering Surveyor enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle your library. Like a cross between a spider and a spyglass, but friendlier. Chainer Nightmare Adept from Modern Horizons 2. 2 colorless, a black and a red for a legendary creature, human minion, 3/2 that has discard a card. You may cast a creature spell from your graveyard this turn. You may activate this only once each turn. And whenever a non-token creature... Oh. Oh. Stream went down. Try again. Nope. Oh, are you still live on YouTube, but not Twitch? That's hilarious. I think I only went down on Twitch. It said my stream key wasn't working. That was the error message it gave me. Like it doesn't it on and because of the YouTube thing on OBS, it's just the green light up. I don't have like the stats about dropped frames or bit rate at the bottom. This is weird. Weird. Okay. The fact that I'm fucking live on YouTube is fucking hilarious. I'm so discombobulated. So discombobulated. Why would this happen? I'll be right back. I'm gonna go poke at Twitch and see if it's working normally, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what's happening. Do do do. It's so funny that Twitch broke. Boop boop boop. Okay. Settings. Try this. Does this work? No, it's just broken for whatever. It's still live on YouTube. I'm just gonna roll. YouTube is the one that matters for longevity anyway. So rip to Twitch viewers, I guess. Rip to K-Head. I'm gonna finish up. If I'm still rolling. I'm still rolling. Chainer. Nightmare Adept. 2 colorless, black and a red. 3/2 human minion. Discard a card. You may cast a creature spell from your graveyard this turn. Activate only once each turn. Whenever a non-token creature enters the battlefield under your control, if you didn't cast it from your hand, it gains haste until next turn. And now we've got White Border Veil of Summer. 1 green mana, draw a card if an opponent has cast a blue or black spell this turn. Spells you control can't be countered this turn. You and permanents you control gain hexproof from blue and from black until end of turn. The future is cards that make running tournaments a nightmare. Sensei's Divining Top. 1 mana artifact. You can tap 1 to look at the top 3 cards of your library, then put them back in any order. And you can tap it to draw a card and then put Sensei's Divining Top on top of its owner's library. Sensei's Divining Top back in a big way in Vintage. I can't read that thing Ace types because for some reason YouTube chat, the way it's formatted, is cutting it off rather than rolling it into the next line. Since Twitch chat's dead, I can eat that space on my monitor. Twitch is back live? Great. OBS has not informed me of that, so thanks for the heads up. According to OBS, I'm in connecting to Twitch. I don't know, dude. Lesatop Archway. We've got a land that enters the battlefield tapped. You can add white mana or black mana. And it has Eternalize. Or you could pay 3 colorless, a white and a black, to exile it from your graveyard and create a copy of it, except it's a 4/4 black zombie creature token and loses all of their card types. Eternalize only as a sorcery, and don't forget, it still enters tapped. I love the and don't forget. Oh, the way. We've got Restoration Specialists. 1 colorless and 1 white. For Dwarf Artificer, 2/1. 1 white. Sacrifice Restoration Specialist. Return up to 1 target artifact card and 1 target enchantment card from your graveyard to your hand. Dwarves' tools are priceless heirlooms handed down through generations. We've got Beloved Chaplain. 2 mana. 1/1. Protection from creatures. Love this card. Love it. Love protection from creatures. What a good blocker. Nomad and Nentuko, Eagle and Elephant. All the birds and beasts are charmed by his quiet dignity. Curse of Verbosity. 2 colorless and a blue for an enchantment or a curse. Enchant player. Whenever enchanted player is attacked, draw a card. Each opponent attacking that player does the same. Look, it's the streamer card. Whenever you attack the streamer, they only grow more powerful because of the attention. Charmer's Insight. 4 mana instant. Draw 2 cards with Jumpstart. A banger. Blue standard card in its day. But just not strong enough to see play out else otherwise. Archetype of Finality. 6 mana, 4 black, 4 colorless, 2 black. For a 2/3 enchantment creature, Gorgon. Creatures you control have Death Touch, and creatures your opponents control lose Death Touch and can't have or gain Death Touch. She sees mortals not as they wish to be, but as what they will become. She can see through time. It's Kai's ghost form. 1 black mana for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature or planeswalker you control. When enchantment dies or is put into exile, return that card to the battlefield under your control. That's the part that makes this card potentially worth playing. Maybe I should play that in enchant. I don't know about that. I don't know if it's actually playable, but I do love that effect so much. Orcish Settlers, Pete Ventures, classic art. 1 colorless, 1 red. Summon orcs. XX in a red. Sacrifice Orcish Settlers. Destroy X target lands. They wouldn't know their house from a charred hole in the ground. Rude. Before there was the greater Gargadon, there was the lesser Gargadon, which is a 4 mana 6/4, but whenever it attacks or blocks, you sacrifice a land. Trod on by a Gargadon. Kipamu expression meeting wiped out. We've got Wirewood Channeler. 4 mana 2/2 to Elf, tap, add X mana of any one color to your mana pool, where X is the number of elves in play. See what they need to get a fraction of Priest of Titania's power. At least it still says elves in play and not just your elves. Or it's still old enough to be formatted that way. Primal Rage, one colorless and one green for an enchantment. All creatures you control gain trample with the Brian Snooty art. Charge! A great cry went out, and countless elves and Vex soldiers charged up the mountain. Their fury and passion hid the fact that they were horribly outnumbered. Got Relic of Legends, an artifact for 3 mana that you can tap to add 1 mana of any color, and you can tap an untapped legendary creature you control to add 1 mana of any color. Combo shenanigans ensue. If the worst parts of history can repeat themselves, it stands to reason that the best parts can as well. Teferi. Optimistic Teferi. Elsha of the Infinite. 2 colorless, blue and Jeskai, blue, red, white, for a legendary creature, Jin Monk. 3/3 with prowess. And you may look at the top card of your library at any time, and you may cast non-creature spells from the top of your library. If you cast a spell this way, you may cast it as though it had flash. We've got a white border Mardu Outrider, which is 3 mana, 1 colorless, 2 black, for a 5/5 Orc Warrior, but as an additional cost to cast this spell, you have to discard a card. We're here to predict the future. The future is, you're fucking dead. But at least you get to rest in peace. 1 and a white for an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile all graveyards. If a card or token would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, exile is said. Not gonna lie, this future is feeling pretty bleak. Set of future. What I'm foretelling. Bad times. Here's our land. It's under construction skyscraper. It is a land with level up. For 1 colorless mana, you can level it up and put a level counter on this and level up on the sorcery, and it taps for colorless mana, so you can tap it to level itself up once. At levels 1 through 7, it gets the ability to add white, black, green, and still colorless. And if you get it to above level 8, then it can also scry 1 whenever it taps, which is pretty cool. Pretty cool, and it's an untapped land. And it can function as an untapped land, and if you need colored, then it's taking 1 extra, so it's like a tap land. On par, power level wise, I guess, but more powerful because it has the optionality to it. Prava of the Steel Legion. 2 colorless and a white for a legendary creature, Cat Soldier, from a commander thing. As long as it's your turn, creature tokens you control get +1/+4. And you can tap 4 to create a 1/1 white soldier creature token, and it has partner. We've got Loam Lion, a 1/1 cat that gets +1/+2 as long as you control a forest. In Zendikar, today's grassland could be tomorrow's jungle, and hunting grounds change as quickly as the weather. We've got a banger enchantment. It's Penim Zora. Turn your creature into Morphling. 1 colorless, 2 blue. Enchant creature. You can tap a blue to untap enchanted creature. You can tap a blue to give enchanted creature flying. You can tap a blue to make enchanted creature can be the target of spells or abilities this turn. Or enchanted creature can shroud would be the modern way to say it. And you can tap one colorless mana to give it +1/-1, or -1/+1 until end of turn. With this Greg Staples art of this little gobby boy with tiny wings. Cool card. Fun card. But like all enchant creature cards, kind of bad. Mystic Subdual. 2 mana enchantment, aura, flash, enchant creature. Enchant creature gets -2 attack, -0, and loses all abilities. Recastable off Lurrus, if that's your business. Grave Shifter. Supposed to Gravedigger. It's Gravedigger, but it's a changeling shapeshifter. When Graveshifter enters the battlefield, you return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Why throw away a perfectly good identity? So whatever your tribal flavor of choice in black is, you can get it. You can have a Gravedigger. On us. Blade Wings Thrall. 4 mana for a 3/3 zombie. It has flying as long as you control a dragon, and whenever a dragon comes into play, you may return Blade Wings Thrall from your graveyard to play. Pretty good. With like a changeling maybe? You got Kev Walker art. So you know it's banging. We got Geist Blast. 3 mana, 2 colors, and a red to deal 2 damage to target creature player. And then you can tap 2 colors and a blue to exile it from your graveyard to copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. And you get to choose new copies for the target. Mira's Outrider. 5 mana, 4/4, red elf archer, reach, and domain. When Mira's Outrider enters the battlefield, it deals damage to each opponent equal to the number of basic land types among lands you control. Okay. Arrows fashioned from the living wood of Yavimaya carry all the forest's rage in their fire-hardened points. This is more what I expect from an elf. It's Fyndhorn elves. It's like Llanowar elves, but it's from Ice Age. They're Fyndhorn. Why are there 3 Llanowar elves? We could no more abandon the forest than the stars could abandon the night sky. Monvuli Acid Moss. 4 mana, sorcery. Destroy target land. And search your library for a forest card and put that into play tapped. Then shuffle your library. You get to ramp into a surveil land and destroy a land? Broken. Too strong. Life gives way to death, and death to new life. Nature feeds upon her own decay. Angelic Shield with the Adam Rex art. That's banging. It's an enchantment for a white and a blue. Creatures you control get +0/+1, and you can sacrifice it to return target creature to its owner's hand. If only an angel's wings could shelter us all. Baron. I think he's a master wizard. That's what I've heard. We got Witch of the Moors. 5 mana, 3 colorless, 2 black for a 4/4 human warlock with Death Touch. And at the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, each opponent sacrifices a creature, and you return up to 1 target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Many hands for many evils. It's almost as good as Ocelot Pride. Oh god, I dropped my cards. Oh, bending over. Oh, we did it. It's white bordered, snow covered island. It's a basic snow island. Or Basic snow land island. It's perfect. Um, and another card that honestly I kind of needed for would be a good option, but didn't have any for my pre-modern deck. It's Rishadan Port. Uh, it's the future is a land that taps target land. Rashadia is the gateway to free trade, but the key will cost you. White Border Snowland is OP. OP. And the test card is Wise Drafter's Will. 1 blue mana for an enchantment. Your opponents play with their hands revealed. Oh, oh, oh. You can sacrifice Wise Drafter's Will to draw a card, and then you can also pay 2 to sacrifice Wise Drafter's Will to counter target spell. God, that's fucking. You just know what the right move is. You have all the information. We got 3 more packs to go, and we're finished with this box. And I'll be sad that I don't have more to open because these packs are so fun to look through. And also, like, I've seen so few. This set is so fucking giant. I've seen so few cards repeat compared to like a normal booster box. Rebuff the Wicked. 1 white mana, instant, counter target spell that targets a permanent you control. I cannot teach you their brand of magic, but I can teach you how to defend against it. Daru Spiritualist. 2 mana for a 1/1 cleric from Scourge. Whenever a cleric you control becomes the target of a spell or ability, it gets +0/+2 until end of turn. He lifts the spirits of his people so they may descend in wrath upon their foes. I love this card. It's Compulsion. 1 and a blue for an enchantment. You can pay 1 and a blue to discard a card from your hand to draw a card. So rummage. And you can pay 1 and a blue to sacrifice Compulsion and draw a card. You're just fiddling. You're just fucking around. Mind Bend. 1 blue mana for an instant to change the text of target permanent by replacing all instances of 1 color word or basic land type with another. For example, you may change non-red creature to non-green creature or planeswalk to swamp walk. It's hilarious they use planeswalk as an example, as there are so few cards with planeswalk. The least number of cards printed with the basic land type walk because it's too confusing with planeswalking. What the planeswalkers do. Which I didn't used to understand the difference. I was like, why is everyone who could he's unblockable if you have a plane so special? Why are those like the best guys? Why? Rush of Vitality. 1 colorless and 1 black. Instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains lifelink and indestructible until end of turn. Damage dealt by that creature also causes its controller to gain that much life, and it can't be destroyed by damage or effects that say destroy. Short lives lead to forbidden choices. Olivia's Bloodsworn. 1 colorless and 1 black. For a 2/1 vampire soldier, flying. Olivia's Bloodsworn can't block, and you can tap a red and target vampire gains haste until end of turn. As we muster for war, I have little patience for lethargy or reluctance. I don't actually know that word. We got a Tempest banger. It's Aftershock. 4 mana, 2 colors, 2 red. Sorcery. Destroy target artifact, creature, or land. Aftershock deals 3 damage to you. Every act of destruction has a repercussion, says Karn, Silver Golem. We got another storm payoff. The other storm payoff. It's Empty the Warrens. 4 mana, 3 colorless and a red for sorcery. Create 2/1/1 red goblin creature tokens. Storm. It's never just one goblin. We got Urza's Destiny banger. Art-wise, Heart Warden. 1 colorless, 1 green for a 1/1 that adds 1 green mana to your mana pool. I love the tap, add 1 green mana to your mana pool. All words. And 2 colorless, sacrifice Heart Warden, draw a card. I think the cards that had it written out like this, add 1 green mana to your mana pool, is how I figured out the thing of color of the week being black mana, not swamps. Because that's how a lot of how I would learn rules of cards is I didn't read the rule book or anything. I would compare a card to what another card said and like triangulate what had to be the correct rule. We got a Portal Bangin' Art by Rebecca Gray. It's Mobilize. 1 green mana to untap all your creatures. A Rested Mind is the sharpest weapon. Oh, we got a Richard Kane Ferguson banger of art. It's Dingus Staff. 4 colorless mana for an artifact. Whenever a creature is put into any graveyard from play, Dingus Staff deals 2 damage to that creature's controller. A Sharp Conscience is the weapon of the soul. Hannah, Weatherlight Navigator. We've got Goblin Goliath. 6 mana for a 5/4 Goblin Mutant. When Goblin Goliath enters the battlefield, create a number of 1/1 red goblin creature tokens equal to the number of opponents you have. And you can tap 3 colorless and a red to tap it. And if a source you control would deal damage to an opponent this turn, it deals double that damage to that player instead. White border, we got Spirit of the Labyrinth. 1 colorless and 1 white for a 3/1 enchantment creature spirit. Each player can't draw more than 1 card each turn. Students at the Dakacia Academy learn that being sent to study with her is a lesson in itself. Yes, but not reading a card. Reading a card doesn't explain the card. It's reading 2 cards, finding the other card that explains the card I started with. But look, we've got a hopeful future that maybe in the future the swords will be turned to plowshares. We've got future border swords to plowshares. It's a one white mana for an instant. Exile target creature. Its controller gains life equal to its power. The smallest seed of regret can bloom into redemption. The Sam Wolf Connolly art. And our playtest card is The Many Deeds of Belzenok. 1 colorless, 1 black for an enchantment saga. Chapter 1. Exile up to 1 target saga card from a graveyard. Copy its Chapter 1 ability. Are we still up? I think we're still up. I think Twitch might have broken again. Do. Oh, God. Oop. How to play Exile. my life. I deserve it. It's my card. Why should they get the life? I played the card. Exile up to one target saga card from a graveyard. Copy its Chapter 2 ability. And Chapter 3, exile up to one target saga card from a graveyard. Chapter 3 ability. This card is fucking unplayable. You have to fill your graveyard with sagas. God damn. God damn. Saga tribal only. I actually think the mistake might be my VPN might be on. It might be the thing that's breaking. I don't know. But I'm not gonna double check currently. I guess I could double check real quick. It won't take fucking long. I just want to know. Is that the thing? Is that what I fucked up? No. I don't think that's what I fucked up. I think it's just on Twitch. No, that's off. That's off. Never mind. It's just Twitch. It's Twitch being a dingus. I'm very glad that YouTube didn't break, because when YouTube breaks, it's a much bigger pain in the ass. Because YouTube's worse at reconnecting if your stream breaks. But the fact that it didn't break is just very funny. Second last pack. Almost through it. Come on. Hold on. Hold. We've got a good dog here. It's Spirited Companion. It's one colorless and a white. For enchantment creature dog. When it enters, you draw a card. She formed a friendship with several playful spirits, and soon the pack was known as the source of much mischief in a Ganjo. Mistvale Plains. It's a land, plains. You can tap it to add a white. It enters the battlefield tapped. You can also tap a white and tap it to put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library, but you can activate this ability only if you control 2 or more white permanents. Speaking of Nadu combo, it's Cephalid Illusionist. 1 colorless and 1 blue. Cephalid Wizard. When Cephalid Illusionist becomes the target of spell ability, put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. And you can tap 2 colorless and a blue, tap it. This turn, prevent all combat damage to be dealt to and dealt by target creature you control. With the Pete Ventures art, that second ability isn't why this card isn't played. It's breaking the first part. Ace, we got a banger. We got one of your faves. A true Vidalcan fish. It's Merfolk Trickster. It's the Merfolk Wizard. 2 blue mana for a 2/2 with flash. Enters the battlefield. Tap target creature an opponent controls. It loses all abilities until end of turn. Save from destruction by 1 planeswalker sacrifice. The Elaterate colony forswore the taking of life. We've got Sign in Blood. 2 black mana for a sorcery. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. You know, I accept only 1 currency here, and yet you have sought me out. Why now do you hesitate? Zathrid Demon? We've got Barter in Blood right next to it, which is 2 colorless and 2 black. For a sorcery where each player sacrifices 2 creatures with this classic Palo Parente art that I really like. In the game of Conquest, who cares about the pawns if the king yet reigns, Geth, keeper of the vault. Got Magmatic Insight, 1 red mana for a sorcery, but as an additional cost, you have to discard a land, but you get to draw 2 cards. And a land is really what you want to be discarding, if you're red, probably. Chief among the tenets of Perforos is that one must destroy in order to create. Fists of Flame. One colorless, one red for a instant where you draw a card, and until end of turn, target creature gains trample and gets +1/+0 for each card you've drawn this turn. Fire has always been my most faithful companion. Jared Carthelion. Kenrith's speaking of Oko earlier, Kenrith's transformation, one colorless and one green for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature. When Kenrith's transformation enters the battlefield, draw a card. Enchanted creatures loses all abilities and is a green elk creature with base power and toughness 3/3. He's a 3/3. We've got Blight Mamba. It's a one colorless and a green for a 1/1 snake with infect, and one colorless, one green regenerate Blight Mamba. Its venom drips with Phyrexia's hate. It's the Blight Mamba. Shield of the Oversoul. Two colorless and one hybrid green-white for an enchantment aura. Enchant creature. As long as enchanted creature is green, it gets +1/+1 and is indestructible. And as long as enchanted creature is white, it gets +1/+1 and has flying. Indestructible seems way more appealing. He's got a whole format named after him on Magic Online and on Arena, where it's less good. It's Momir Vig, Simic Visionary. Three colorless, a green and a blue for the legendary creature Elf Wizard. Whenever you cast a green creature spell, you may search your library for a creature card and reveal it. If you do, shuffle your library and put that card on top of it. And whenever you cast a blue creature spell, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a creature card, put that card into your hand. It's not that powerful for a 5 mana. White border, we've got Mishra's Bauble. 0 mana artifact that you can tap, sacrifice, and then look at top card of target player's library. Then you draw a card at the beginning of the next turn's upkeep. Arkham is a babbling fool. Phyrexian technology is our greatest blessing. Take this delightful trinket, for instance. Hadar, Runewind Master. It's free. It's just deck thinning. But also it's a card in your graveyard for Treasure Cruise or Dig Through Time or whatever. Or Abhorrent Oculus. The future is a Cunning Wish. 2 colorless and a blue for an instant. You may reveal an instant card you own from outside the game and put it into your hand. Exile Cunning Wish. He wished for knowledge, but not for the will to apply it. I didn't get any mana to cast his spell. Jim Nelson art. Any card outside the game. It's unhinged. Competitive, it's only your sideboard, but in kitchen table, it's fucking every card you own. Your fucking wish board is 1,000 cards. Baby Rage. It's Toddler's Rage. We want colorless and red for enchantment aura. Flash, enchanted creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/+1 and has Tantrum. It's like Trample, but for blocking. Last, final pack. Final pack. Will we get a banger? Well, we're opening on a banger. It's Condemn. 1 white mana for an instant. Put target attacking creature on the bottom of its owner's library. Its controller gains life equal to the toughness. Gotten all the good 1 mana white removal. No doubt the arbiters would put you away after all the documents are signed, but I will have justice now. We've got a flashback card with the little graveyard symbol in the corner, which is I missed from the old border. Prismatic Strands. 2 colors and a white for an instant. Prevent all damage that sources of the color of your choice would deal this turn. Flashback, tap an untapped white creature you control. Let me know they can do a thing in the graveyard. I didn't have enough time ebbs. It's another time. My time ebb stock is half partially replenished. Oh, good. I just needed more time ebbs. Look at that bear, though. Why would you just own a bear like that? 2 colorless and a blue for sorcery. Return any one creature to the top of its owner's deck. Like the tide, time both ebbs and flows. Poor bear. Guild Pact Informant. 3 mana, 2 colorless and a blue for a 1/1 fairy rogue flying. And whenever it deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker, you proliferate. Of course you're being followed. Of course. It's the Shadow Prophecy. 2 colorless and a black, an instant with domain. You look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of basic land types among the lands you control, and you put 2 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard, and you lose 2 life. Up to 2 of them. A Pedo Exterminator. 2 colors and a black. Scott M. Fisher art. For a 3/1 wizard with morph for 3 colors and a black, and when a Pedo Exterminator is turned face up, target creature gets -3/-3 until end. Oh, we've got banger Mirage art on Volcanic Geyser. It's X red for an instant, and it's a fireball. It deals X damage to target creature or player. My thunder comes before the lightning. My lightning comes before the clouds. My rain tries all the land it touches. What am I? Ephemera Friddle. David O'Connor art. Banger. Banger. Another red X spell. It's Goblin Offensive with Carl Critchlow art. Sorcery. X, 1 colorless, 2 red. Put X Goblin tokens into play. Treat these tokens as 1/1 red tree creatures. They certainly are. Fucking goblins getting dunked on in their own flavor text. Brood Monitor. 4 colorless, 2 green for a 3/3 Eldrazi drone with Devoid. This card has no color. When Brood Monitor enters the battlefield, put 3 1/1 colorless Eldrazi Scion creature tokens onto the battlefield. They have sacrifice this creature, add 1 colorless mana to your mana pool. The tenderness of a mother, the pity of a mantis. Getting down to it. Wild Hunger, last common. 2 colorless and a green. Instant. Target creature gets +3/+1 and gains trample until the turn, and it has flashback for 3 colorless and a red. Otto the Hunter was filled with many grand ambitions. The snake was filled with only Otto. Just another snake cult. Just another fucking snake cult. Ah, Chippy art. 1 colorless black, red. For an instant, tap target untapped creature. That creature deals damage equal to its power to its controller. Daragaz decided his foe would be more useful as a weapon. Phyrexian Scriptures. 2 colorless, 2 black. Saga. Enchantment Saga. Chapter 1. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature. That creature becomes an artifact in addition to its other types. Chapter 2. Destroy all non-artifact creatures. And Chapter 3. Exile all cards from all opponents' graveyards. Also, fuck you. And our white border card is Paradoxical Outcome. 3 colorless and a blue. For an instant, return any number of target non-land, non-token permanents you control to their owner's hand. Draw a card for each card. Return to your hand this way. Vintage Banger. The results of Rashmi's experimentation forced her to consider the possibility that multitudinous realities existed beyond her own. It's true. There's a multiverse in Magic. We've got a 5-color dragon spirit for the future of Magic. The future of Magic is dragons. Tarkir is on the way. This is true. We've got 1 colorless and Wooburg for a 6/6 legendary dragon spirit, flying trample. Whenever Okage Vengeful Kami deals combat damage to a player, if that player attacked you during their last turn, exile target non-land permanent that player controls. At his behest, the Kami War began to regain that which was taken. And our last test card is Sliver of Hope. It's 3 and a white for a 3/3 creature slivers. Slivers you control have hope. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to attacking creatures with hope. What a good note to end the Bleak Future stream box opening on. Couldn't have planned it better. I kind of want to play video games, but my voice is fucking burnt. My throat hurts, so I should stop. I don't know. Watch TV or something. All right. Jesus. Anyway, hope you had fun. I had fun. I find these packs delightful. Anyway, but that's a stream. I don't know how to end the Twitch stream. Honestly, if it's up. I don't know if it's up, but if it's up, I don't know how to end it. But anyway, peace.